Tai sveikiname su konferencijos dalyviais, labai džiaugiamės matydami didelį būrį žmonių. Aš galbūt pirmiausia perduosiu žodį mūsų vertėjai, kad jinai paaiškintų visas sąlygas, kaip mes dalyvaujam, o toliau tada tęsim konferenciją.
Labas rytas, mėly konferencijos dalyviai. Konferencijos metu bus galimas vertimas tiek į lietuvių kalbą, tiek į anglų kalbą. Tai norėdami pasirinkti vertimą į lietuvių kalbą, apačioje įrankių juostoje atsiras toksai gaubliukas. Jūs jį pasirinkę galite pasirinkti norimą kalbą. Tai pasirinkę lietuvių kalbą girdėsite vertimą iš anglų kalbos į lietuvių kalbą. Dear conference participants, if you need interpretation into English, please choose the globe, the interpretation icon in the Zoom toolbar, and select the language you wish to hear. So in this case, English.
Ačiū ir atsirado galimybė. Tai aš noriu pranešti tai, kad ši konferencija yra organizuojama įgyvendinant mokslinį tyrimą, mokinių patiriami emociniai bei edukaciniai sunkumai ir jų įveika įtraukiojo ugdymo sąlygomis, COVID-19 kontekstas. Šitą projektą finansuoja Europos komisija ir Lietuvos mokslo taryba. Mes į konferenciją pakvietėm daug tyrėjų iš įvairių šalių. Su mumis yra mokslininkai iš Singapūro, iš Suomijos, Estijos, Latvijos ir Portugalijos. Ir iš tikrųjų mes galėsim giliai nagrinėti tuos klausimus, kurie yra dabar, matyt, didžiausia aktualija ir pasaulio švietimo sistemose. Na ir pradedant konferenciją, mes labai džiaugiamės, kad turim...
Starting this conference, we're very happy to announce that we have guests from different Lithuanian institutions who care about the education and its development in Lithuania. And we would like to invite the Counselor of the Lithuanian President on issues of culture, education, and science. Good morning, everyone. I hope that you can hear me. So I would like to start by thanking for the organizers of the conference, the team of Vytautas Magnus University. I'm very glad that university has sincerely accepted this mission to participate in education and become one of the largest highest education institution which prepares pedagogues for the future. So this networking with higher education institutions in other countries also provides a lot of opportunities for cooperation and to program newly the preparation of teachers. I really hope that this conference will add to different considerations in preparing the teachers and the programs and fields of education in Lithuania. And I perfectly understand that the recent years for researchers and for the whole community of education has been very challenging, but the years have also been very meaningful, and they have provided a lot of interesting insights. And sometimes from inertia, it is quite difficult to achieve changes. This pandemic has proved that sometimes these changes can be facilitated by objective reasons. So the whole context faced by all countries of the world on the one hand, have united different communities of researchers, of educators, and in this context, we can be very glad and happy that we have a very positive result of different researchers. And we will be able to discuss these insights by researchers, by educators, they suggestions and recommendations how education could be transformed in future. And one of the very relevant topics under the COVID pandemic, this exclusion. I'm happy that we have our colleagues from Singapore and Finland, whom we follow as the role model in education in the context of using technologies that help for future generations to cope with all these challenges. And on the one hand, in education, we're looking forward to innovations, but on the other hand, we are afraid of them. So I hope that today we will be able to discuss how these innovations, they help and how they allow us to move forward with all the development, technological development. So I hope today we will cover these relevant issues. So wish you all good luck. And I give the floor to the coordinators. Thank you very much. We would also like to invite the advisor of the minister, Aiste Kairiene. You're welcome. Good morning, dear conference organizers, participants and listeners. I'm very happy to share some ideas with you this morning. And thinking about what to say, I have looked at the inclusive education from a side. The question is, what should we do further so that the school would give these paths to learning success? And I have thought about the three elements, components: elementary infrastructure and its application, abilities of teachers working with each and everyone, and some changes at school so that school community would be ready to accept each and everyone. So I think that at the moment, all these components are important, and some changes in education law are very good to take all individual needs of students. I'm happy to hear the discussions about universal design in education, how to apply the whole school infrastructure, not only infrastructure, but also education process, to use such tools in education that could be applied to each and everyone. So the topic is very relevant in today's conference, how to use digital tools for those students who have special needs. When the pandemic struck, we had to move very quickly to distance learning and teaching. And as the advisor of the president has just mentioned, pandemic has had some advantages as well, which would probably have taken more time. So it has facilitated all the processes, the creation of digital tools. And we have the basis of digital tools being created in Lithuania with the focus of children with special needs. And it's very good that we have people included from school, the whole school community, the advisor of the president focused on the preparation of teachers, but we should also discuss the development of skills and abilities so we could fill all the gaps, so that we could change the attitude of the whole community, the approach that the school should be the place for each and every child. I don't know what is more difficult, whether to find finances, funds for the infrastructure, or to change the attitudes of the person. So this path to school, to one school for each and every child, is not a short one, is not an easy one. I hope that we're moving towards the middle of this path, but it's a very meaningful path, and despite all the challenges, critique to each other, I would like to wish to win together, providing critique to each other, to go together on this path. And I hope that this conference will give very good insights for us to move forward. Thank you very much for inspiring words. And I hope we will be accelerated, speed up, and I would like to invite the Vice Rector of Vytautas Magnus University, Vilma Bijekienė.
Good morning to everyone, or good afternoon, depending on where you are. Aš tikriausiai, kolegos, bandysiu kalbėti ir lietuvių ir anglų kalba, nes labai norisi kreiptis gimtąją kalbą į mūsų gausų būrį Lietuvos mokytojų, kolegų prisijungusių.
So the Vice Director will also talk in English.
Who have kindly agreed to participate in our conference, in this beautiful conference. Taigi, mėly kolegos, mėly bičiuliai, mėly ekspertai, mėly mokyklų vadovai, mėly mokytojai, mėly švietimo politikos formuotojai, labai išties yra smagu būti šioje konferencijoje ir pasidžiaugti tokia turtinga ir labai aktualia konferencijos programa. Netgi ir pats pavadinimas konferencijos mokymosi sėkmės keliai kiekvienam ir visiems, arba kiekvienam ir kiekvienai, tai iš ties yra labai atliepiantis mūsų universiteto strategiją ir mūsų universiteto bendrus artes liberales principus pavadinimas. Mūsų pagrindinis tikslas, grįstas artes liberales principais, yra suteikti kiekvienam studentui galimybę modeliuoti savo studijų kelią, pradedant nuo pasirinkimo pagrindinės gretutinės specialybės, gausios puokštės užsienio kalbų, taip pat galimybę išvykti į mūsų partnerinius universitetus ir tobulinti savo gebėjimus būtent tarpkultūrinės komunikacijos ir tarpkultūrinės veiklos, dirbti cum laude akademijos kontekste su profesoriais nuo pat pirmųjų žingsnių universitete. Visos tos galimybės yra nukreiptos į tai, kad kiekvienas atrastų savo kelią studijų procese. Now I would like to switch to English and to address our international colleagues. I would like to say that I'm deeply honored to be here with you today and to be able to address you and to be able to give the welcoming word at this conference, which is rich in acute topics and in very important agenda. I would like to say that the very title of the conference that says the path to learning success for each and everyone very closely corresponds to the principles of liberal arts that our university lives by. That is, our university really aims at giving the possibility for all students, for each student to shape their own study paths, starting from the choices of the major and minor programs, having this possibility of choose from the variety of foreign languages, being able to go on the study visits to our multiple partner universities, and to have this opportunity to be unique. Ir aš manau, kad visos tos galimybės iš ties yra labai svarbios būtent mokytojų rengime. Juk mes norime, kad mūsų mokytojai ateitų į mokyklas pasirengę, motyvuoti, turintis savo matymą, turintis savo perspektyvą, turintis labai stiprų bendrąjį išsilavinimą ir tiesiog galintis įkvėpti jaunąją kartą. And I believe that this model of studies, that is the model based on liberal arts, gives actually a lot of pluses for educating our future teachers. We want our future teachers to come motivated to work at our schools, to be able to inspire the students. And for that, they need to have this very broad background of competences, not just their specific field. Iš ties universitetas tai yra erdvė ne tik kaip mokslo ir studijų šaltinis, tai yra erdvė sinergijų. Ir tas jau buvo paminėta mūsų prieš tai kalbėjusių švietimo politikių. Yra būtent erdvė, kur mes galime susijungti, kartu diskutuoti ekspertai, mokytojai, tyrėjai ir atrasti geriausius sprendimus. Aš tuo labai tikiu. I just want to accentuate that the university is not only about education, about studies and research, but it's also about making all those different synergies of coming together, the experts, the researchers, the teachers, and discussing all the possible ways of how to improve, how to go ahead. Taigi aš labai norėčiau palinkėti šitai konferencijai kuo didžiausios sėkmės. Tikrai tuo labai tikiu, kad kiekvienas pasižymėsime minčių konkrečių, kurias galėtume įgyvendinti savo kituose tyrimuose, galbūt tiesiog klasėje kitą dieną ir tiesiog tobulėsime kartu. So I really believe that this conference will be a great success and that each of us will be able to just jot down certain ideas that we could implement next day in our research or in the classroom to be better. Ir aš nežinau, tikriausiai jau atėjo tas laikas, kai mes galime palinkėti ir gražaus kalėdų meto, ir gražių švenčių po visų svarbių darbų ir tiesiog pasidžiaugti, kad ateina kiti metai, kurie atneš naujų vilčių, naujų iššūkių, kuriuos mes įveiksime kartu. And I think that it's already the time that when we can take the opportunity to wish a very good time during our Christmas, and to wish all the best in the next year, and to wish us all the luck in implementing all our ideas and facing the challenges. Aš tik noriu štai patikinti mokytojus. Vytauto Didžiojo universitetas yra jūsų ištikimas partneris, toks buvo ir toks bus, ir taip pat mūsų tarptautiniam partneriam. I just want to assure everyone on the other side of the screen that Vytautas Marčius University has always been and will always be your loyal partner. All the best to you. Visiems sėkmės.
Ačiū labai, prorektorė, už įkvepiančią kalbą.
Thank you, Prorector, for a very inspiring speech. And I would like to invite the Chancellor of Education Academy, Professor Dr. Linda Kaminski, who's going to be the moderator, is a moderator of the program of teachers preparation at this university. Good morning, everyone. Dear conference participants, presenters, and guests, I'm very glad that today we have such a wonderful opportunity to share our experience, our research findings and insights that without doubt will add to the preparation of teachers and changes in this field, and also professional development of teachers, and will inspire new ideas for new research. So all presenters have noted that the topic of today's presentation, of today's conference, corresponds to the changes that have taken place due to the pandemic. And by focusing on the fact that all education institutions have undergone a lot of changes, moving from face-to-face to distance learning and teaching, and again coming back to the hybrid teaching and learning. We could also say that the pandemic has touched all levels of education system, not only primary education and secondary education, but also higher education. So this is the case when the change in education, such a transformation, have received a lot of attention from researchers, and we have seen that a lot of research has taken place in the world in relation to the assurance and inclusion of all students, also research on social and emotional well-being of students, also research that has discussed about children's physical health, whether the pandemic has had a negative or positive effect on children. In Lithuania, as well as in other countries, a lot of studies have been conducted on how teachers and students have succeeded to learn and teach in families that go under some emotional difficulties. The topics have also included the challenges of principals of schools that have been faced, the communication with teachers, with students, and all members of the community, including parents, how to assure work at school during the pandemic period. So there are a lot of different relevant issues which testify to the fact that these transformations have made our education scene and have opened also the problems that existed before the pandemic period, and we have been able to see them, and each of us have noted them in our families, in our communities, and probably these are the teachers who have faced a lot of challenges. And discussing with colleagues from different countries, we see new phenomena in our education system, talking about this pandemic period. So we discuss about the withdrawal of children, non-communication with teachers, non-talking to teachers, and how these education institutions face these challenges. This digital fatigue or tiredness has been faced by a lot of teachers and students. So the question has been, what preventive measures should be taken against this fatigue? So we have a lot of different experiences, and in this conference we are talking about how we should behave under different transformations in the path of different changes. So the question is, what is sustainable? What are sustainable models? What are sustainable abilities that would allow education system to react to such challenges? And we focus not only on children who have some special learning difficulties, but we are discussing about challenges faced by all students. And in our today's conference, we have our dear and precious guests and researchers from different countries, from Singapore, from Finland, Latvia, Estonia, Portugal. It shows that these problems are relevant not only in Lithuania. These are global problems that are being tackled by the international education community. And we hope that today we will manage to reveal important moments. We will discuss them and find models, ways, measures, and tools that assure inclusive education and which allow for children to face these challenges and achieve good results. So congratulate all of you. And I am very happy to have such a scientific celebration. I wish all of you valuable insights and discussions. And now, to finish this introductory part, I have to give greetings from Vilija Targamadze, the professor who wanted to participate, but because of a lot of work, she hasn't been able to participate in this conference. She sends her greetings and wishes for meaningful, deep insights that would allow us to create a more sustainable education system for each child. And before we start our work in the conference, I would like to inform about the way we are going to work, how the conference has been planned. So you have already probably noticed that the program of the conference has been divided into 3 parts, and after each part we have a part for discussions, half an hour for discussions. So how are we going to participate in these discussions? In each discussion parts, we will have panel members, and they are going to provide some questions, some insights, and any participant, conference participant, can participate in these discussions. And those who present their work, they can also provide some insights and questions, share their opinion, and other participants who do not give presentations, they can share their insights, ideas in the chat. And the moderators of these parts, they will follow the chat window and they will read the questions or make some summaries of the questions for the discussion. So this is the structure of the conference. This is the order, and we are going to follow this order. If you have any questions, you can just put them in the chat window. So those who are giving their presentations, you can share your ideas at any time using your microphones. So all of us have been acquainted about the fact that this conference is being recorded, and this link will be available in the YouTube channel. So later on, it will be available for all those who haven't had an opportunity to participate in this conference. And now I would like to give the floor to my colleague, Professor Ona Mankevičienė, who will start this part of presentations. Thank you for the floor. So the first presentation will be given by the Singapore professor and his colleague. And their presentation, their topic is about science and social responsibility, Singapore's experience in education through the COVID pandemic. The professor and his colleague and their presentation, it's very relevant because students in Singapore, based on international research, achieve best results and are on the peak. So it's really very important for us to hear about the Singapore education system, about the challenges faced during the pandemic and how they have managed to cope with them.
Thank you. I shall share my screen. I hope you can see the screen.
Yes.
Can you hear me clearly? Is the screen okay? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So thank you very, very much to the organizers. I must thank the university of, I hope I pronounced correctly, Valtatus Magnus University for the initiative to organize this very important and timely conference. We feel very privileged and very humbled to be invited to share with you, though we are far away in Singapore, far from the European community, but you have thought of us. We are very grateful for that. Lithuania is a small country like Singapore, and frankly, when I was the director of the National Institute of Education, there were a list of the universities that we really wanted always to visit and learn from. And actually, Lithuania was on the list. But unfortunately, with COVID, we can't visit you so easily. But I'm very happy in this conference also to know that my very good friend Jari from the University of Finland is also in the same panel, because actually we from Singapore learn a lot from many of the European countries like Finland, Lithuania, Estonia, Portugal. You know, there's always so much to learn from one another. So let me begin with my presentation. So yeah, let me advance. So COVID actually hit Singapore almost 2 years ago when the first case happened in actually January of 2020. So much even before the European communities were affected, we were already affected as early as January 2020, when the first imported case from Wuhan came to Singapore. And you can see from the graph that within a few months, right, the numbers hit the community, and Singapore had to raise our alert by in February to what we call the DORSCON orange, which is that stands for the heightened disease alarm. And following that, by April, we had to go into lockdown, and from there, there was a first experience of school closure in May with the lockdown, and then the numbers went down from the first wave of COVID, and we were able to prepare to normalize, and hoping to normalize towards the end of 2020. But the Delta wave came, and this time the Delta wave, as you know, came even more aggressively in 2021, and so that you can see that it was a very, very high spike Although now we are going down the curve, but we hope the new Omicron will not cause another huge wave. So this pandemic has been very, very unpredictable in many ways. In the first wave, actually, we went through certain approaches, which I will explain later on. And then later on, these things have to change with the Delta wave. And of course, in the longer term, we know that after this almost 2 years of experience with the COVID virus, that it is not going to go away, and therefore countries have to develop what we call endemic and stabilization measure. And so it is very important in education to think of the right approach so that we can minimize the loss of learning. And for us, therefore, the key in education is 2 words: science and social responsibility. Why science? Science, because I think it is important for the young generation, as well as the young people and all of the generation, everyone, to understand how to deal with a crisis by dealing with facts. Because science gives people the right mindset, right? So when we are facing a crisis like the pandemic, the mindset is very important. The understanding is very important, because having the wrong understanding will lead to wrong behavior. So that is why we emphasize a lot of understanding the science of the COVID virus and understanding the science of how to handle the COVID virus so as to ensure the safety and to prevent the loss of life and loss in the economy. And secondly, the very important word in education is a social responsibility. And social responsibility is about, you can say, the values set. Because the mindset is, you know the facts, but knowing the facts require that you have the heart, the correct value set to do the right things. Because these are very, very important impact that will affect our neighbor and other people. So having that heart attitude, the value set is very important. So the mindset and the value set, the science and the social responsibility. So the way we have approached is to take a whole of government approach, which means that the coordination is very, very important. Because as you know, in this kind of a fast changing pandemic, so many new things happen, and therefore you need to have a consistent message, the same message in the school, the same message out in the society. And we know, children in the school are also very good to pass message to the family. So school is a good place, to inform the public on many important things. So of course we did, when COVID first happened, we did many of the typical things that was being done, like for example, the control of the traveling, right? Deep cleaning, right? And testing, right? So these are the typical things. And then when you have the number rising, then you have to do the stay home and you have to do the quarantine, right? And also the contact tracing. So in terms of the social responsibility, I think we all realize that the weakest link can cause a lot of problem for everybody. And so that is why everybody, right, has to understand, and everybody has to practice this good social behavior, right? And to cooperate in the things that we do. Now, Singapore is a very small system. We have our schools are generally quite big. Each schools are in a size of about 1,000. So we have big schools. That is why there are about 350 schools in Singapore, primary and secondary altogether, and that is about 500,000, half a million students in our system. So when the COVID happened, we have to change all the activities in the school, especially a lot of the camping, large assembly, therefore has to be reorganized, and recess time has to be staggered. Now, actually, our approach is not to do a quantum widespread approach. Like, for example, if it's like you are worried that there is a certain fire, and then you stop people, from doing anything that allowed to use fire. No, we want to let activity continue, but when there is a problem, we want to isolate it and contain it. Like if there's a small fire, let's just isolate the fire and then we put out the fire there instead of giving too much widespread measure. So that is why we try to give the schools the autonomy, and we also try to guide the schools so that if one school is affected, there can be certain closure, but not the whole system. So we try to, so where there are cases of a student who have the COVID, then we isolate the students and we give them leave of absence, and we try to provide the lessons to support that. So during those times when we had the lockdown, we do the home-based learning, but we were also flexible because we actually changed the timing even for the school holiday, right? So that we will minimize the loss in learning. Now, because I have many slides, I'm sorry, I will have to go quite fast, but I'm going to just skip some of these slides. The information is there. These are just some factual information of what happened in the Singapore, right? But I want to say that, of course, the biggest word that we all know, 2021, the word of 2021 is called vaccine. Vaccine is the word of 2021. So when the science of vaccination tells us that when vaccine was available, obviously, then we go for a big encouragement of vaccination. So Singapore is actually one of the most highly vaccinated country in the world, with more than 90% of the population vaccinated, and also for the students with very high vaccination for the students from 12 to 15. So since June 2021 this year, using the Pfizer and the Moderna, right? We have been able to roll out the vaccines. We have not done the vaccination for children in the primary ages 5 to 11 because we are still waiting for more data on that. But once we can have the scientific data, we would also like to have the younger children vaccinated. So as I said, the vaccination rate is very high in Singapore, as you can see. Also, we will try to provide the information to the public about the vaccination. And based on current understanding, we are also now rolling out the third booster for the population. The other thing is that there is a lot of use of technology for the on the phone for everyone in terms of the movement. So the contact tracing in Singapore is very, very high, right? Which means that whenever we have somebody who is infected, actually we know where are the virus attacking and where are the people who are the cluster of people that may be suffering. And so all of these provide for a clearer isolation and treatment. Now, the way in which we have deal with the people who are infected with the COVID has changed during the wave 1 and changed during the wave of the Delta, because, for example, when we understand the Delta virus more, then we find that some of the recovery can actually take place in the home, so that the basic principle from the society part is to never overload the healthcare system, right? So that is very important. And of course, a lot of measures are needed for us to practice the idea about social gathering. So for example, just before that, we had only allowing for 2 person to eat together in the same table outside. Now we increase to 5, unless there are more serious repercussions from the Omicron. We are now moving to 5 and allow for a certain amount of social gathering. So the way is to calibrate, right, based on this different measure. So I just want to say that in education, the most important thing we bear in mind is prevent the loss of learning, because we think that the loss of learning for children is very painful psychologically and also for their long term. So that is why we can say that up to now that there was very little loss of learning in the school system. In terms of curriculum time, we have not lost curriculum time, because even when the students have to work from home, actually learning continue, even the national exams continue. But we also use this opportunity to teach children, using understanding the science of the pandemic, right? To have many teachable moments, because day in, day out, everybody is facing all these issues, so that we help students understand the importance of the health and the science behind this, and also, the responsibility. I think technology also play a big part, as many of your community leaders and your rector has noted. The technology is something that is so important, and for us, we had what we call the student learning space, which is a very big learning platform, and through that we were able to load a lot of materials, and teachers were able to share a lot of resources in this platform for the student learning, using the student learning space. So I think the other factor that was mentioned by your rector is that, yes, it's very important to empower the teachers, because the teachers play such a key role in the community. So one of the most important thing was to really help the teachers who need help to run the online learning well. So I want to say something also about the vulnerable group, because it's true that it was through COVID that we discover many of the challenges that faces the inclusive and the most vulnerable and poorest family. Actually, we learned from the COVID that when you look at a child or a student, you cannot just look at the student alone in the classroom, because in the past, we always think of the student in the classroom. But COVID teaches us to think of the student and the family, the student and his community. So we realized that to help the student, we also have to help the family and also to help the community. So because of this, many initiatives were done, for example, to provide devices to the children and so that it can also help the family, right? So every student, is to ensure that they have a notebook or a computer device. Everyone, right? And even for those who has some problems learning from home, we still open the schools so that they could come to the school and get help in terms of their meals and so on. So I just want to come to the last part, which is to say that based on all this learning, we realize also, as a matter of policy, there are 3 important things we have to examine. One is a structure, number 2 is curriculum, and number 3, pedagogy. So we realize that we need to be much more flexible in our structure. And in terms of curriculum, we find that there are many opportunities to do more hybrid, more personal learning. And in terms of pedagogy, we find that there is actually a new ways of organizing the environment so that both students can learn more flexibility and the vulnerable students can be helped more effectively. So I think going forward, we should have more understanding of the teacher as a designer of the learning environment. So we need more research into learning and the environment, and also, to empower teacher with the kind of the pedagogy they will use, because teaching online on a hybrid is very different from just classroom teaching. And for policy wise, I think we should draw on the best of the science of learning to really design learning for the future, especially to make sure that the vulnerable students do not suffer. So thank you for this opportunity, and my very capable research colleague Jeline, who really helped me with this paper, will be also happy to help to take questions later on. Thank you.
Mikrofoną reikia įsijungti.
Ačiū profesoriui už pranešimą.
Thank you, Professor, for your presentation. I think we will have questions later on in the discussion part. And now we would like to invite another presenter. And we would like to invite their research insights, Professor Jari Lavonen and Katarina Salmela-Aro from Finland, from Helsinki University. They are researchers, so you are very welcome.
Okay, good morning, everybody. It's my great honor to share experiences from Finland. And I am sure it is important that small countries can learn from each other. And also happy to continue after my good friend, Professor Oon Seng-Tan. And I have a little different focus with my colleague to the topic, but I think this presentation from Singapore and Finland can complete each other. And by the way, my presentation is based on the book Primary and Secondary Education During COVID-19, and also I think that the Professor Oon Seng-Tan has also quite much followed the presentation of him in that book. So let's start. So in Finland, the schools have been closed not all the time during the COVID. They were closed the grades 3 to 6 in the primary and lower and secondary schools during February 20 and beginning of May 20. So that was the kind of big closing of the schools. And after that, there has been local level decisions if the schools are closed or not. And the decisions were based on the COVID situation at local level. So in Finland, we have a lot of decision power at local level. This has been very practical also during the COVID time. So I will claim that the national surveys have demonstrated that Finland switched quite well to the distance teaching and learning. And there were a lot of national surveys which were following the situation during the COVID time. And in a nutshell, the transition was mentioned rather successful, and teachers were getting support in the transition. And we were just recently, 2 years before the COVID time, implemented a new idea of the kind of tutor teachers who were able to support teachers in the use of digital tools. So they were also important people during the COVID time to support the transition and distance learning teaching. However, some schools had challenges with the digital connections, and my colleague is talking more about the students and teachers and principals' well-being. That has been the real kind of problem in Finnish school system. lack of well-being. Of course, the lack of kind of learning is also another issue. So why we were rather successful in switching from the traditional classroom teaching to the distance teaching? So that is the question I would like to answer first. So we have long-term strategic planning in the case of use of digital tools and environments in all levels of education. So the first strategies were done almost 30 years ago and then implemented to the schools. Altogether, we have had 6 national strategies in the field of use of digital tools in education. And according to strategies, quite much resources have been implemented to organizing teachers' professional learning and also the resources, so the digital tools and networks and all kind of environments. And during the last 5-7 years, the strategies are not anymore separate. They are very much embedded in the government programs and curriculum documents. But anyway, this strong strategic orientation has been an important issue in Finland. And we can see it in the teacher's competence, what is the influence of that strategic orientation. So we are actively following the competence level of teachers and students, and according to last follow-up study, 2019, 50% of the primary and secondary teachers think that they have a good basic skills, and almost half, 40% think that they have advanced digi competencies. So according to data, we can say that Finnish teachers were quite well prepared to the changing situation in the context of distance teaching. And teachers in high school, they are really prepared for using digital tools because the final examination in upper secondary level is totally digitalized in 2013. And also in teacher education, we have emphasized. Of course, we have challenges and there is lack of equipments and competencies, but in a big picture, it's quite good situation. This is one example of the outcome of the national evaluation. And according to this evaluation in 2017 and 18, almost half of the teachers are using in their lessons, so before the COVID time, digital learning environments. So they were already using those environments, giving the assignments and organizing discussions and that kind of things in their classrooms. So this was a strategic orientation behind that, and we can see that the orientation has also influenced the school practices. There has been several case studies also during the COVID we can learn. And for example, one case study, Ivari with his colleagues introduced how the teachers in one municipality were planning together teaching and learning and sharing the duties and following the so-called co-teaching approach. This co-teaching approach is quite much emphasized in our curriculum and policy documents. And then the students, how the students were prepared to COVID time. So the national follow-up studies demonstrate that Finnish 15 years old students and also the youngest students in primary level were quite well familiar with the use of digital tools, and their digital competencies were appropriate level. And also some international comparative studies show that Finnish students are able to use the digital tools quite well compared to the other countries. So also the students were in quite good situation when we start the distance teaching. And then the infra was very important for organizing then So all schools in Finland have access to internet. It's very common that families have access, at least they have a mobile phone, and there is internet available all over the Finland. As very similar way than in Singapore, that if the families have difficulties, they didn't have those digital tools, the schools were borrowing the tools for students. And even our president was very active, asking companies to give old laptops to the families in order to support the students learning at home. And now my colleague will continue related to this well-being issue. Is my kata present? Oh, it looks that she might have some challenges. Have you seen her in the participation list? No.
I cannot see her now.
So
No, probably there are some technical issues, so maybe you could continue on your colleagues.
yeah, have to continue. But she's a professor in psychology, and she's very familiar with the well-being of students and teachers and principals. But so I can shortly mention something. So this first data is about school principal stress, and this has been followed already before the COVID time. There is a continuous monitoring of the principal stress level and well-being. So 77% of the survey organized during the COVID time demonstrate that the teachers and principals were having the high stress, and they were dividing the answers to three groups, and this kind of cluster analysis demonstrate that 41% of the answers, actually in all groups, students and teachers, parents and principals, have very high stress, and the low stress was only among 23% of the people who are answering the survey. This is the one presentation of the data and related to the school principals. But unfortunately, I am not familiar with this study, and I'm not able to go to the deep analysis, but somehow the outcomes of this multi-level analysis is demonstrating similar things. And this is about the students. The higher curve is about students in middle school. And the second line is about upper secondary, and this is about the vocational students. So this is kind of follow-up study they have organized in psychology from year 2006 to the COVID time. And we can see from all those lines, the middle school, high school, and vocational school, that the stress or burnout is increasing or has increased. And this is a more complex analysis of the data. Unfortunately, I'm not going to detail, but if I just summarize in a nutshell that there is quite strong evidence, according to these follow-up studies, that we should really seriously focus to the well-being of students, teachers, and principals. And our current education policy is now raising this issue. It is one of the most important issues in our current government policy. And there are many kind of support mechanisms how the schools and municipalities are supported in order to lower the kind of burnout mechanism and stress level of those who are working at school. So this is an issue that really seriously is now tackled by the government. And my last idea is related to kind of case study we were organizing in our faculty together with schools in the metropolitan area of Helsinki. We have had a long-term research project related to the use of project-based learning science education. And there is a book published in this field, the Learning Science book. And quite recently, we also contribute to the UNESCO book, how the project-based learning could be organized during the COVID time. So this blue book is a book about that. So the project-based learning is following the curriculum of different school subjects where you are using it, and an idea is that you are contextualizing the learning according to the driving question. It is driving a 1 week, 2 week project. And the idea is that during the project-based learning, the students are really active in learning. They are active in knowledge building. They are following the knowledge practices. For example, in the case of science, where I am working, they are following the scientific and engineering practices, similar to experts in the field. They are collaborating actively, and they are creating artifacts. In a project, it's common that there is an outcome from artifact. So the artifact could be, for example, the model, scientific model for a phenomena. It could be a mind map or a report. There are many examples of artifacts they can produce. And students are scaffolded during the project. And we have been interested about learning and engagement. And these are a couple of slides how it is organized in traditional classroom. So we are guiding students first to ask questions and planning the investigations. These are examples of the scientific practices. They are doing investigations, they are analyzing and communicating. So this increase of communication is one characteristic of project-based learning. You are doing something in a group and you are communicating your findings to the other group and discussing and learning together. And the engagement, what I mentioned, is important also, that we have a lot of evidence that project-based learning in a traditional class is engaging better than traditional teaching and learning. And what I mean with engagement, the engagement is that there are certain preconditions. The situational interest is important. The learning is supporting the development of interest, and also the student skills should be enough related to the challenge they meet in a learning situation. If the skill, challenge, and interest are high, then we interpret the students are engaged. And this model is according to the flow theory of Csikszentmihalyi. And in general, in engagement research, the emotional, cognitive, and behavioral engagement are important. And the project-based learning is very much supporting those all three areas of engagement. In our traditional classrooms, we can see that the situations where students are asking questions and planning models, they are much more engaging than other situations. In average, about 9% of the classroom situations in traditional class are engaging, but those situations when students are collaborating and doing the practices are more engaging. And this is also the kind of project-based learning and control group. You can see that project-based learning, it looks more engaging than the traditional teaching and learning. And then the switch to the COVID time. So we were using the Google Classroom in our schools, and then this type of planning in the classroom, it was changed to the teaching, to the planning in the Google Classroom. And during the COVID time, we have now evidence that even we were trying hard, it was not so successful. So in a traditional class, about 9% of the learning situations are engaging students, but in the COVID classroom, only 5% are engaging. So it is very difficult to organize this kind of engaging learning in a COVID time. And this data is about how students feel the activities. We made some minor progress. Students, when we were implementing the project-based learning in May and December, between the May and December was a positive change, but it was not a radical change. So there is, as a Singapore team closed their presentation, it's quite clear that we need more development and more research on teaching and learning during the COVID time, and it's much more challenging than the traditional teaching, and especially the well-being issues, the student loneliness issues are really crucial. We have to take seriously into account and develop our pedagogical approaches like project-based learning to our classrooms. So in a nutshell, basically we were quite successful to the switch from traditional to the distance teaching and learning, and teachers get support from the tutor teachers and other colleagues. There were enough digital tools. There were some challenges in digital connection and this well-being issue I have already emphasized a lot. So that was a short report from Finland, and happy to share our experiences with you.
Ačiū profesoriui už pasidalintą.
Thank you, Professor, for sharing this interesting information about the situation in Finland. We will have questions later on in that discussion part. And now I would like to introduce, we have already listened to two presentations and experiences of Singapore and Finland under the COVID pandemic. And now I would like to introduce one more presenter, Professor Alvyra Galkienė, who is going to present the impact of inclusive and traditional distance learning on student learning success, prepared by a lot of researchers, and the discussion will focus on the situation in Lithuania. So the floor is yours. So thank you.
Ačiū už pristatymą.
Thank you for the presentation.
Aš noriu paklausti, ar
for introduction.
Juda skaidrės, viskas gerai?
I hope that you can see my slides. They are moving.
Dar kartą.
So I will try once again.
Ar dabar juda skaidrės? Ar skaidrės keičiasi? Ne.
See my slides.
Na, va, kiek problemų.
Gerai.
Dabar gerai. Gerai, ačiū.
Thank you.
Labai. Na, kaip jau buvo pranešta,
as it has been mentioned, I'm going to talk
apie įtraukaus ir tradicinio mokymo nuotoliniu būdu poveikį mokinių mokymosi sėkmei.
Learning success.
Na, pirmiausia, galbūt pasakyti, kad iš tikrųjų tai yra to tyrimo, kurį pristačiau pradžioje mūsų konferencijos dalis, ir šią dalį iš tikrųjų analizavo profesoriai Ona Monkevičienė, Linda
Kaminski, Richardas and myself.
Pirmiausia, matyt, aptarkim, kas yra įtraukus ugdymas. Profesorius iš Suomijos labai gražiai pateikė pavyzdžių, kas tai yra, o jeigu atsižvelgsime į pasaulinę švietimo sistemos stebėsenos ataskaitą ir kitų mokslininkų darbus, kaip šiuolaikinė socialinė edukacinė įtrauktis apima visus mokinius ir yra apibrėžiama dviem kriterijais. Tai yra visavertis visų mokinių dalyvavimas ugdymo procese, barjerų trukdančių visiems lygiaverčiai dalyvauti,
and removing or reducing
pašaliniams
barriers to equal participation
pašalinimas
by
arba
all,
sumažinimas, sudarant
allowing each
sąlygas kiekvienam
student to
mokiniui ugdytis
develop in
pagal
accordance with
optimalias
his or her
savo
best
galimybes ir
opportunities
patirti
and to
mokymosi
experience
sėkmę.
learning success.
Aš girdžiu vertimą ir labai blogai yra kalbėti. Gal dabar bus geriau. Na ir tradicinis ugdymas tai yra.
And this traditional education, we have certain features focusing on standard subject knowledge rather than learning through the acquisition of this knowledge and competences. This frontal training practices predominate individual differentiated assistance from specialists or teachers, and also application of the same teaching and assessment methods and standards for all students. So this is how we're going to understand traditional education. Our aim was to reveal the impact of inclusive and traditional distance learning and student learning success in the context of COVID-19. So we had an online survey. Educators from Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia participated. 1,415 participants participated in this survey, and the sample error was 2.57%. We had group discussions with school teams, managers, teachers, and educational support specialists from 23 urban and rural schools in all regions of Lithuania. So in total, 236 participants took place in the debate and discussion. And the research results now, I would like to draw your attention that countries that participated in this survey showed different achievements of students. So for example, Estonia, even though they have moved from the same situation and have developed towards this inclusive direction, to Estonia has reached very high results and is in line with Singapore and even Finland, and Lithuania has lower results. So it's interesting to take a look at how these processes developed in this transformational period, in this breakthrough period. So teachers participating in this survey represent the teachers who have a lot of experience. The experiences in teaching is more than 21 years. So we lack young teachers in Lithuania, and a lot of young teachers participated in Latvia in this survey. And one aspect that draw our attention, how teachers understand the possibility, the opportunity, how students can achieve the maximum personal result. And we see that in distance learning, only a small number of teachers in all countries thought that students who face difficulties due to different reasons can achieve the maximum personal results. And now working face-to-face, their self-trust was higher. And we see that even 70% of teachers think that in face-to-face teaching and learning, they can achieve higher results. In distance learning, almost the same tendency. Then the question is, what approaches were followed in this COVID period when teaching and learning at home? So we see such tendencies that in distance and face-to-face education, about 50% of teachers applied inclusive teaching and learning, but in Latvia, both in face-to-face and distance learning, the same as in Estonia, the percentage is very similar. The tendencies are similar. So more or less the same percentage practice one or another way. In Lithuania, the highest number of teachers are more likely to apply this face-to-face is traditional education approach, working both by face-to-face and distance learning. And how it affects or impacts the achievements of students when applying inclusive approach in distance and face-to-face teaching and learning. The need for high achievements is really high, and this is a very strong relationship. And when applying this traditional approach in the face-to-face learning and teaching, higher results are achieved. But in some cases, students with disabilities, for example, in Estonia, and students who have social difficulties in Estonia, this approach does not have any impact. The same as applying traditional approach for distance learning and teaching, there is no impact for students' achievements almost at all. And the question is how teachers identify difficulties faced by students. What are the reasons that can be identified? So we see the results that almost about 50% of teachers, they assigned learning difficulties to the education process. So these barriers actually depend on the teacher when organizing and applying one method, let's say in this teaching process. And the greatest parts of teachers, almost 70% in these countries, they assign barriers to some outside reasons, external reasons. For example, gaps in learning, lack of support from families, lack of motivation of students. So these are barriers that should be solved and tackled applying external tools. How teachers model and results show that teachers in all countries, they are ready to remove barriers in education process and model this process without any barriers and overcome these barriers. But quite a great number of teachers, more than 60%, they are likely to assign this responsibility for external factors. For example, to inform parents and wait for some impact on their children, to search for some support from specialists. And if we take a look at how it impacts the learning success of students, so we can see that in face-to-face education, this education process modeling, it has a great impact on the achievements of students. And the same as the responsibility for these barriers that are assigned to others in contact education, it also has great impacts. And we see that there is quite a great disbalance when we had to move very quickly from face-to-face to distance teaching and learning. And teachers believe. It's very important for teachers to believe in the powers of students, of children to achieve high results. So I'm glad to tell that in Lithuania about 50%, in Latvia up to 60%, and in Estonia also up to 60% of teachers, they believe that children can face success even if they have some difficulties. And it is predominant in all cases, both in face-to-face education and distance education. But about 30%, more than 30% of teachers, they do not believe that it is important, that it is possible to achieve success if they have some difficulties. And of course, these results are quite negative. And they encourage us to take certain measures and to convince teachers that it is possible. And I'm talking about the impact to the student success. We see that this belief has great impact and is closely associated and related to the students' results, high results. It was interesting to take a look at how teachers apply empowering teaching methods. So in all countries, both in face-to-face education and distance education, teachers apply empowering. About 60–70% of teachers does this, and in group discussions, we can see they reflect on such cases in their practice. It's very important to get the attention of students, to make them become interested when you engage them. So this difference in lessons attracted the attention of students. Some changes in the planning of the lesson. So this education that empowers has great impact on the results of students' results and achievements. Teachers notice this relationship working in face-to-face education when they can be closer to students and have this impact on them. And one more education form, self-directed learning. Research results show that self-directed learning was applied by all countries, but in Latvia, it dominated when working distantly. In Lithuania, self-directed learning was more predominant in face-to-face teaching and learning, and when working distantly, this self-directed learning, it started to dominate. And I think this is this good experience under this COVID situation. And now talking about the impacts on the students' achievements, this self-directed learning, both in distance learning and teaching and face-to-face teaching and learning, has really a great impact. And when the teaching is led, when the teacher dominates, so this impact is much lower. And very in brief, our conclusions. Although the results of the international assessment of achievement show significant differences between the achievements of students in Estonia and Lithuania, Latvia, but in the extreme conditions of COVID-19, the processes of education systems due to forced rapid transformation have many similar challenges. From the point of view of educators, teachers in Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, the achievements of students experiencing learning difficulties due to special educational needs, emotional and social factors do not correspond to their abilities. In distance education, inclusive access is less used than in contact in all countries. Although all countries recognize the impacts of barrier education on the achievements of students with learning difficulties, effective inclusive practices in distance education environments and processes have not been remodeled in contact face-to-face education. From the point of view of teachers, they believe that the student with learning difficulties can successfully develop in both face-to-face and distance learning has a positive impact on the students' achievements. In those countries where teachers have found solutions to enable the student to successfully develop in a distance form, they have created the preconditions for achieving learning outcomes according to the student's potential. Students' self-directed learning, including collaborative learning, has shown itself as a factor supporting stability in transformation processes. There is a moderate correlation between promoting student self-management learning and matching the achievements of students with learning difficulties to their abilities, both in face-to-face and in distance education. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Professor Elvira, for the results of the research conducted by the researchers of Vytautas Magnus University. And now we would like to invite all of you to take part in active discussions. If you have questions, you may raise them, and probably we will invite people who have a lot of experience, people who take great role, the advisor to the president, and the director of the development center to share the reflections, their insights, and we would invite all others to post their questions in the chats. Say good day. There are two moderators, so we do not know which should start this discussion. So first of all, I think that we have a lot of questions marked. So a lot of ideas, different experiences, and it's obvious that there are similar experiences faced by all of us. And it has been very interesting to listen to the ideas of our colleagues from Singapore. It was a very good thing to listen that you were, our colleagues from the Singapore, they looked to the Europe for some insights. And when listening to the last presentation, I came back again, so probably I will come back to the first presentation to our colleagues from Singapore. So in your presentation, you mentioned that it's important to understand the impact of the family and the significance of the family. And the same was reflected in Professor Galkienė's presentation about how teachers understand external factors and their importance. But first of all, I will react teachers react to something that takes place in the class, but not externally. So now I would like to ask the experience of the Singapore. What do you think? What are possibilities to include parents after the pandemic? And can you share your good experiences?
So I'll ask my colleague Jalene to start. Jalene, please.
So I'm not experienced as a professor over here, but I guess I can speak from my experience of growing up in the education system, and also some experience of what I've seen has been done in schools in Singapore. So in early childhood, usually like now we are trying to implement greater connections between teachers and parents in the community. So we try to include parents in the activities that children do. If Prof. Tan could also add in, that would be great.
Yeah. So as I was saying, in the past, every time we think of the student or the teachers, we think of them in the classroom. And when we think of helping the students, we are thinking of how to help the student learning in the classroom. So we seldom think of the child and the environment. But when COVID happened, especially for the more vulnerable students, we realized, for example, that in some families, they may have none or maybe just one computer, and maybe they have 3 children, for example, and the parents have to work from home. So, you can plan the online lesson, but if the children do not have the device, and if they have to share a device even, it's not practical, right? So we never think of them and the environment. And also, some homes are very small, and they don't have a space even to learn. So in the past, we never think of the student and the family and the environment. So from the COVID situation, we realized that actually it is very important when we think of the learner to also think of the learner and the family and the environment. So this causes us and the teachers to have much more attention to the student and to understand what is their environment so that we can help them. Because if we just help the student and don't help the family, the student is not helped. So this in fact raises, in a way, a new alertness for us to have more communication to understand the family background and even neighborhood background so that we can better support learning.
Thank you for the answer. I will probably ask Professor Jari, maybe he has some experiences in communication with parents.
So basically in Finland, the school-family partnership is crucial issue in our education. There are traditional family meetings, like the families of the classroom are coming to and meet at school. And now during the COVID time, of course, it has not allowed to have extra people in school buildings. So we have a special platform every school is using where they can communicate, of course, through the emails and kind of discussion boards, but also organizing kind of small scale meetings. So this is really crucial also in Finnish education, the collaboration with families, sharing of ideas. The situation with the laptops, I don't know the exact details, but there was a kind of common will that every children could have a kind of laptop or other digital device for learning at home. But the details are not in available now, how it was successful. So I'm looking for that. But I agree that family collaboration is crucial, and there are platforms for that in Finland.
Ir gal tada tuo pačiu klustelsiu.
And I would also like to ask, now listening to your presentation, it was interesting since you were discussing about project-based learning, about the response to emotional needs. How do you encourage teachers, especially teachers of special subjects, to create and prepare lessons and integrate them? This is the challenge for teachers in Lithuania when we have different teachers of different subjects to combine, to coordinate all the programs and create these projects. So maybe you have good experiences, how you have moved in this direction.
So maybe there were many questions in this question, but one issue is that our curriculum is emphasizing so-called transversal competencies, and among those competencies there are socio-emotional learning and thinking competencies and collaboration competencies, which should be integrated to all school subjects, teaching and learning. So they are emphasized in all subjects. This type of collaboration and support from student to student side. And then this co-teaching and teacher collaboration is one issue that was emphasized even before the COVID time. So the role of school principals is crucial, how they guide teachers in collaboration and co-teaching activities. But there were actually so many questions that I'm not sure if I answer all those. And all those things also were emphasized in the COVID time. But I mentioned this teachers' well-being and kind of stress and burnout related to the well-being. So there should be a balance how much we can emphasize all kind of issues, because there are so many challenges among teachers in this distance teaching learning activities, that how to take all into account and how much we can stress them, because we know that they have those increasing level of burnout and that kind of thing. So it is challenging to balance all those things, and the role of principals again is really crucial in that kind of balancing the things.
Jei galima, aš norėčiau dar paklausti.
I would also like to ask Professor Jari, in your presentation, a very good basics. Teachers knew how to learn ICT. The education process was very active, and students, they actively engaged, they modeled certain projects, argumenting. So this is something that relates to our presentation about self-directed learning, which assure success. But in Finland, despite the preparation and readiness of teachers in this COVID situation, this collaboration and engagement of teachers, it was lowered. So what was done in Finland in order to increase this active engagement of students? What was done?
So this has the student active engagement in learning. Of course, it is one of the key in learning. If they are not engaged, motivated, they do not learn anything. So only the student can make impact to his or her learning. So that has emphasized in curriculum, in teacher education, school operations. But during the COVID time, you have those students, they are distant, they are separate. You are not able to walk around them. It is really challenging for teachers to support students' engagement. It is challenging to organize those student collaboration situations, put them to the discussion rooms or breakout rooms and handle all those kind of situations. I think it's not possible for a teacher to do all that. And then we can see that the level of engagement in science, even they are following the project-based learning, it is lowering. somehow we have to accept this. Remember that I do not have answers how to make similar type of good pedagogy in distance than we are having in the classroom. I think it's not even possible. So we have to know the limitations of those distance teaching and learning approaches. I hope somebody else can answer what we can do, but at least we know that it was not possible according to data. So something should be done better, but who knows what to do better.
Na, aš galėčiau gal pridurti iš
Maybe I could add from Lithuanian experience. We have found very interesting and nice examples where teachers discuss that, for example, when given homework, they encourage collaboration of students, just giving some tasks when children have to connect together and to collaborate online in order to perform the tasks. Of course, there were not a lot of experiences and cases, but they were quite effective. And maybe the Singapore experience, how in your context this engagement was maintained in relation to students, how they were engaged in the learning process?
Yeah, so I have to emphasize that actually a lot of the things that we assume that that's because we have the resources, because we develop and also adapt a lot of good online resources for the teachers. But it does not mean that just because you have the resources, the teachers will be able to use them effectively. So one of the things we discovered was the professional development of teachers for online. I can say that during the COVID, almost all the PD course was really focused on really helping the teachers on how to facilitate the online, because we also discovered that sometimes even you have very good resources, but the students are very tired, you know. It's the different from the classroom. When you are online, you have very good PowerPoint, very good videos. The students have very high fatigue when it comes to just looking at the computer to learn online. So as a result of that, there was a lot of PD required to help the teachers, especially how to have a engagement online that is different, how to give the breaks to the students, and how to have the students do the collaboration. And I have to say that even till now, we are still learning and having to realize that it's a new kind of pedagogy altogether, you know, both to help the teachers and the students. But I must say that we cannot underestimate the planning processes. The planning is very, very important. And for Singapore, because we had the student learning space, which is a very good learning management system to be used by all the teachers, it also allows the teachers to share, you know, the artifacts and the things they do with the students. And you know, when the teachers learn from one another, it's the best learning, because they know what is happening. So that is the other thing that we help to facilitate. Thank you.
Iš tikrųjų, profesorius pabrėžė.
So the professor has focused. I read one article that when Singapore made this breakthrough in education and this jump, when you have to the focus on teacher competencies and to teach students deeply but slowly. So I think you have just mentioned these two aspects. So even without questioning, you have answered it. And I think that it's in your system, slowly, deeply, without not making students feel tired, and developing teachers' competencies. Maybe Vilma would like to comment something. Thank you for the floor. It has been very interesting to listen to discussions and insights while listening to all three presentations. I have remembered how much we were discussing at the beginning at the pandemic that education has moved to home and how to raise this prestige of teachers for those teachers who have a burnout syndrome. So we have had some positive consequences because parents at home and society in general, they have finally understood the importance of the role of the teacher. So the role of the teacher has been transformed. And once again, this role of the teacher has become significant. And in your presentations, you mentioned a lot about the impact of distance learning and teaching on the well-being of students and teachers and communities of schools. And during the whole period, we have found out that social-emotional environment is very important, not only for learning, but also for the work of teachers. But my question is related more that emerges from the topic of your presentations that exceed your limits of presentations. Recently, I have noticed interesting phenomena in the environment that does not restrict itself to the learning or home environment. So education in Lithuania, our colleagues could confirm this. There have been a lot of new initiatives presented. So, for example, the Finland president encouraged business people, provide some technologies for school. But in Lithuania, we have been observing other movements that are directed to helping education, and I am very interested in how in other countries society react to this challenge and how many initiatives have been provided that want to give some support, help for formal education institutions. So in Lithuania, students, for example, they have provided the assistance to pupils at school, even though they are young, the students at the universities. But we have lots of such student groups who have provided assistance and help to pupils at school, for example, to prepare so final examinations. And in the media today, I have noticed that there is a great increase in co-repetitors who teach pupils after schools in order to fill those gaps in this learning and to prepare for final examinations. This private learning teaching services. So we have different groups starting from students, university teachers, and even people that do not relate themselves to education. They also offer such help, such alternative help and supports to formal education. I understand that these topics have not been touched upon today, but I'm very interested. Have you noticed any transformations in the society that assure that education is really very important to the society and to the country, not only to schools and the family? Thank you.
Klausimas buvo mūsų užsienio
So the question is probably addressed to our foreigners, foreign guests.
Yeah, so maybe I will just share some ideas that may be helpful. So as I mentioned earlier on, one of the things we discovered about the student learning online was the need for device. So as a result of that, the Ministry of Education, originally we were supposed to aim to provide one device for every child, irrespective of there are 3 children or 4 children, but for every child, each one will have their own device. Was supposed to be over a certain time period, but because of the urgency of the situation, we did it immediately as much as possible. So within a year of these things of the COVID, from 2020 until now, already now every child have a personal device. So that is a very big important step for them to have that device. And because now they all have that device, there is a lot more opportunity to therefore help them use this device, this personal laptop, more effectively for learning. The other thing is that I think I really support what Vilma, the Rector Vilma said about the recognition for the teachers and for the frontline workers who are working tirelessly. In the words of one of our Minister of Education, during these 2 years, the teachers work twice as hard. The teachers work twice as hard. Yeah. So I think we like to recognize that even if it's from home or a mixture of school and home, the teachers have to work double hard during this period, because whenever a student is tested positive, there's so much protocol that we have to use to protect this child, help the child get well, and also prevent it from spreading to other children. So there's a lot of protocol in the school, and also things that the teachers have to do. And so I think the two groups of the heroes, like the nurses, the teachers, they all require a lot of encouragement. And because of that, actually, I was very encouraged myself to see many of the arts community, the liberal arts community, who are very good in arts and music. There were so many songs that were created to thank teachers, to thank nurses, to thank the frontline workers. And I think all these are so important for the building the community. And even the teachers themselves have got the students to learn to say thank you to all these people. So I think I fully support what you say, that the symbolic representation, the recognition of the profession, the teacher's profession as the heroes of the society is so important. The third one I want to mention is that, yes, I think even as the school and school-related community, when we highlight many of the needs of the families, which in the past is not so exposed, of the more vulnerable families, to the community, to NGOs and to private companies, it was very helpful because it raised their alertness and that they can help the family more. Because I can give you an example, like for example, family who are in economic situation, hardship, right? You have to help the family. You couldn't help those people without the employment, because when these people are helped, then the children can be helped, right? So I think all of these efforts are indeed very, very important during this COVID period. Thank you.
So if I can shortly mention something. So this very positive and thankful attitude to teachers and nurses is recognized in Finland. We had yesterday the Independence Day, and it has always been kind of official reception by the president. But now the president was meeting the teachers and nurses and all those people who have made hard work during the COVID time. And this kind of common attitude to the great work of teachers and medical expert is easily recognized in Finland. So that kind of big society issue. And then I mentioned this co-teaching. So I would like to repeat. So the co-teaching is an idea that teachers are together planning and implementing classroom activities. And during the COVID time, there are good examples when teachers have allocated duties that you are preparing the math lesson a little bit more, and I am preparing the history lesson, and then they give some introduction to the big group of students in the classroom, in the Google Classroom or whatever they are using, and then they can go to the kind of more individual type of supervision. So deciding who is making which lesson as kind of introductory part, that is good activity. And the tutor teacher model, that in each school we have had those teachers who are using more time for the support of other teachers. They are having less classroom lessons, so they are using the time in a different way, supporting others. And maybe one, I'm not able to say if it is positive or negative. So in the Eastern country, in Asian countries, the private tutoring has always been an important issue. That has not happening in Finland. But now during the COVID time, I can easily see that new companies have established in the field of private tutoring, and they are hiring teachers and they are advertising the services. So it looks that the private tutoring has now established in Finland. So on the other hand, it is good that there is support available. On the other hand, one of the aim issue in Finnish education is the kind of equality issues, that all should have possibilities for good education. And this is somehow a little bit against our equality policy and equality thinking, that some people who are more having money, they can buy this kind of services. So that is a negative side. So we will see what happened after the COVID time. Are they still running this business, or how it happens? So we have to follow that carefully. And of course, there are positive things also in this tutoring. You can buy the services. And okay, we will see.
Thank you.
I was going to add like a small observation I've made as well in Singapore. Like, I think it was quite nice that what I observed was that a lot of people like sort of stepped up. A lot of people in the community stepped up to help some of the low-income families during home-based learning. So I read about these two people who designed a cardboard mobile classroom. It's like a briefcase that they can open up in their own house, because a lot of them don't have like tables or chairs. So this sort of mobile classroom, they open it in their own house. And I thought it was quite heartwarming, because it shows that our community cares, and also that they're using innovation to come up with new ideas to help each other get through these tough times. Yeah, so I just thought I'll add that, because I think it's quite nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Na ir mes turbūt turim baigti.
And we should probably finish. I'm very happy about this discussion, but following our timetable, we should finish our discussion, but we would like to invite all of you to take part in this conference further, so we will be able to continue this discussion with the questions and answers. So now we will have a break until 11:45 in Lithuanian time. So we have about 10 minutes for this break. So then we will continue our conference. So you can stay here, you can just turn your cameras and microphones off, but not disconnect. So have a good rest.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Sveiki kolegos, sveiki sugrįžę po pertraukos į antrąją mūsų sesiją.
Good morning, colleagues. Welcome to our second session. So we are going to be moderators of this session. Now I would like to invite our first presenter after the short break in the second part, Professor Ilse Ivanova from the University of Latvia, Faculty of Education, Psychology and Art, and the professor is going to share some lessons from COVID-19 for teaching and learning at schools in Latvia. So, Professor, the floor is yours.
Dear colleagues, thanks for inviting, and thanks for inviting also to participate in research together with your country. And today, perhaps the problems that I will discuss practically were already told from Singapore and from Finland and from your country, because today, of course, we all countries are speaking about the COVID-19 consequences, and these are really very wide, and the restriction in the real life, reorganizing of teaching and learning of different models that was told already, causing great necessity for ICT skills, for teaching staff, students, parents, employers. And of course, we all have to adapt to new circumstances. Also, we need to raise emotional and social problems. Also, there is a great necessity, as we all discussed, for psychological and social and practical reasons. I would like to say, characterizing our situation, that we had different situations. We had ups and downs in COVID situation. The culmination was perhaps now in October, at the end of October, and now in November, when we had the lockdown, and we had to think how to work, how to go on. Yeah, but we succeeded, yes. So, some statistics about our schools, as I will speak about the situation in general education. Totally, we have 685 general schools, and more than 28,000 teachers work in these schools. It means we have to think about them. And if we speak about students, we have to speak about parents, about their families. The data that are used in my presentation will be taken from Edurio, spring and autumn, from the summary of our Ministry of Education, from EMU, Scuola, and big research Life with COVID, also from the case study of social emotional learning, and case studies of schools in Riga, and also case studies from schools. I will use quantitative data and also qualitative data. Of course, today when we are speaking about distance education, in many countries we use different concepts. In our country, we use mainly online when we are speaking about schools. But of course, we use also distance education, virtual learning, blended learning, hybrid learning, autonomous, self-directed e-learning. And I would like just to concentrate my speech on e-learning, on developing e-learning system. I think that practically the life experience proved that e-learning has to be considered as a logical system or as a logical part of the system of education. Because of that, we all have to think also how to create also a system and order in this e-learning. And I will use the triangle of colleagues. You see the authors 2016 that they propose the most important to people, actions, services, technologies, and tools. Of course, I will not be able to discuss all these aspects, but I would like to concentrate what were the main lessons for pupils, for people. And I think we were already speaking in previous session that there are many more, there are a lot of participants in this process, people. These are students. I would like to put them in the first place because they are our future. We have to work for them. Teachers, administrative staff, support staff, parents, family members, coordinators, authority members, local authorities that had this period also a hard work for them, managers, also different learning material and platform creators, and also you could name perhaps more people who were involved in this situation in reorganizing our work. Now, I would like to start with students, as I say that I personally consider that we all, and today we all are also together to discuss how they learn and what we can do to improve the situation just for them than for teachers. Yeah. The first question, it was important for me to clear out, how did your schools guarantee online learning? And there were responses for more than 12,000 of pupils, and practically students, as you see, positive answers, 83%, 83% confirmed that they were schools succeeded very well, mostly well, and only 1% say that practically very badly. Of course, there always will be cases, no similar situations in all schools. And of course, I cannot guarantee, and nobody can guarantee, that these 83% practically mostly well and very well are typical in all parts of Latvia and in all cities. What did pupils do during the lessons? It was also important to clear out, yeah, speaking later about the results. Practically, teachers gave the task to develop and to save as Word documents. And you see, it's practically, it means 64%. This task was quite boring for some pupils later when they were writing. There were also interactive tasks online, yeah, or putting notes on paper simply. The second group was searching for information and listening to teachers' presentations. Practically, pupils considered the most interesting, 52%, and also reading of different materials. And here also pupils said that practically they liked TV Your Class, as well as they evaluated very highly the support of parents in searching different information. So pupils participated also in video lessons, but practically 34% pointed out these video lessons as very interesting. Then it was also very important to clear out also how much time did they spend online learning? Is it more than usual or not? And as you see, practically, if we count all together, then much time as usual spent 36%, a bit more time than usual 22%, and as usual 13%. It means practically we have to think what are the reasons for it that pupils spent more time. And pupils pointed out that there were difficulties to focus on learning. Perhaps maybe they were at home and there are different factors at home. Also that indistinct understanding of tasks, especially tasks of teachers giving to do at home, 37%. And also the pupils had pointed out, many of them, and even gave comments, that the teachers asked to do all tasks at home, that usually many tasks were done in traditional learning process in class, but then in online learning, they had to do all these tasks independently at home. And pupils also pointed out lacking of learning skills, that they didn't have skills to work with these tasks given by teacher. And also, of course, no motivation to work alone, because it's more interesting to work together with colleagues. And it is really very good that in previous session, even in discussions, we discussed how to organize pupils to learn together. Insight then in some positive and negative aspects of students' online learning, what was good and what was negative, or what lesson it's for them. Positive was that pupils considered that they developed skills in working with different technologies. Also that there were more time to personal hobbies that they could afford to do at home, is this learning-based learning at home. And during the tasks, they could do the tasks in individual space, as well as there was a possibility to plan own time, to become more independent, at home, even to develop learning skills as well. And many pupils also pointed out as very positive that lessons in Zoom, they are challenging, as well as in Microsoft platforms. And they suggest that it would be nice to go on with these lessons also when we are learning face-to-face. Negative, of course, factors were missing of face-to-face communication, socialization, meeting of friends, speaking with friends, and of course, health and support problems appeared. It was also, how to say, very close linked with our teachers, for teachers to do the conclusions, what forms are necessary for pupils to go on. And the pupils pointed out that they need, practically the teachers concluded, to work on more on engage, doing, creating and sharing, learning by doing in personal space as well, to use rich multiple media presentations to make, to raise the interest of pupils, to use different methods of communication, to provide rapid feedback and reflection, because younger generation are impatient, and we need to explore multiple sources of information, as well as we need elements of playing. And of course, also teachers have to think also the problem to give creative tasks. And of course, there were creative tasks. Pupils mentioned that even they demonstrated how creative they are. And of course, teachers have to think over together with pupils how to support, and just to think about individual support. And of course, there is a problem. I don't think that it's a problem only in our country, but it's a problem also in other countries. Also, we have to learn that it is, we can speak, of course, about self-directed learning, but not always it is so effective. But now teachers in this process, 94% also evaluated that their organization succeeded well in the process, that school guaranteed. Then, as we discussed already previously, it is pointed out by the teachers that they devoted more time to teaching, preparing materials, giving feedback, consultation, that they felt our work. They considered that they succeeded well at the end of the year, last year, because these are results of the last year. Only 1% considered that they have succeeded badly or very badly. And when we are speaking about the lessons online, then practically, of course, we are worried that 25% didn't organize a single lesson online, but 5% ensured all the lessons online. Of course, teachers used emails, e-classes, MyCop for consultations, communications. And also it's a good result that practically they state nearly 90% that they were supported by administrations. And of course, it's not very good, but 23% state that their emotions about online learning were more negative than positive. Support for teachers. Of course, as we spoke already in the morning, that special courses were organized. Teachers learned in group, online groups, networking, projects, international projects, teamwork. They had support from psychologists, medical staff, also from different projects, guidelines, and also they used different platforms. And the platform Uzdevumi LV or Tasks LV, as we if to translate in English, in research life with COVID, they are recognized as the best one. You see how many platforms they are using. Here we can see all these platforms, and not here, but back. Yes, it was all these platforms depicted, and we had special also a section, what schools, what possibilities schools have from 25th of October to 14th of November during our, when we had the lockdown. And of course, it was a great help for teachers just to see what they can get, yeah, from school, from the project School 2030, what is possible to use for their practical work. Gaining for teachers, yeah, and lessons. They practically, I would like to start about the development of ICT skills. Of course, if we compare OECD research 2018, then the skills of using ICT have been developed rapidly. Then, of course, development of teaching skills to teach online, because these skills differ from working face-to-face. Also, the ability to differentiate pupils to ensure individualized approach, working more together, more open discussions, more flexible time in work, and of course, challenging work for cooperation with parents. Teachers pointed out that they are not now afraid of innovations in education, that they started to use new tools, video presentations, they invited guests in open lessons, and used wide exchange of experiences. Parents, practically, we can consider as assistants of teachers. And also, of course, we are happy that 77% of parents stated that the school organized online learning well and mostly well. And also that the parents helped, really was a great helpers at home. More than 20% of parents helped their children less than 1 hour. And 10% was no need to help at all. But 9%, you see, 5 up to 6 hours, and 5% even more than 6 hours. It means that practically parents worked the whole day. We did the conclusion that more support is needed from school for risk families, for families with problem children. Not all parents have knowledge enough in subjects, neither technologies. Special attention has to be paid for primary school children, also for ensuring technologies for families with more than 1 child. More communication with parents is needed, yeah, also not only about learning, but also about health problems. And of course, information for parents about learning platforms, learning materials, and more feedback for children, of course, in learning as well. Of course, a very important factor is also technologies and creating of learning environment. I will not discuss this factor because our country is considered that we have fast access to internet, but we are, of course, thinking about quality of technologies, exchange of data, and of course, cooperation in use of different learning platforms between schools. And of course, we have to think a lot of creating of learning environment according to specific needs of children, and of course, reasonable use of technologies. Not always this use is reasonable. Of course, today we could speak about a lot of problems, about a lot of lessons, but these are the lessons mainly for people, 3 categories, pupils, teachers, and parents. Thanks for attention, and ačiū.
Dėkoju profesoriai.
Thank you, Professor, for a very interesting presentation. I think that in the discussion part, we will have questions for the professor. And now I would like to invite and give the floor to the colleague from Portugal, Associate Professor Tanya Roca, who will discuss about accessibility and technological knowledge and challenges of COVID-19 in Portugal and in other countries as well. So, Associate Professor, the floor is yours.
Portugal, please just give me feedback if you are seeing my slides. Yes?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So I'm Tanya Rocha, and today I'm presenting some points of reflection about digital inclusion. This COVID pandemic shows us the importance of digital presence, and this increased awareness of small and medium companies, institutions, entities, organizations, that the digital presence is mandatory even to survive. So we went digital. And because of this, it is very important to talk about how to design technologies towards inclusion. And to answer this question, of course, we have to talk about digital accessibility. And this is what I'm going to speak today. What is accessibility? Accessibility is to design technology that is easy of use and access of products and services by everyone and in different contexts. For example, if we are designing e-learning platforms or even educational content, we have to focus on how to design with accessibility focus, okay? Because this content must be accessible wherever the capabilities of our students are. We are not just saying that we have to design focus on disabilities. It's to design and develop this digital content, these digital platforms, regardless the abilities, and also regardless the environment and the equipment that the user, that the student is required to access online. So this is really important. So why we should ensure this accessibility, why we should web design and web develop with focusing on accessibility. So we have several arguments. And these 5 arguments that I present here, I would like to highlight 2 of them, the economic and the deontological. Because the first and the last one, I think it is very directly perceived why they are important, because the ethical and the moral principle set that all individuals have the same fundamental right to access and use. And of course, several countries, there are specific legislation regarding to protect the most disadvantaged citizens. And this focus also in the digital content and the digital platforms for public service, for example. But the economical and the deontological arguments are very important, because some entities forgot that the digital presence means that we have to open access for everyone, because if we provide an inclusive service, product, or environment, we actually are increasing the number of potential users. And of course, if you think this in the perspective of, for example, an e-commerce platform, we are really increasing the number of potential consumers. You know, if the platform is not accessible for all, we are actually losing potential consumers of our products, of our services. Also, another important argument that I want to focus here is the ontological, because as a web designer, as a web developer, someone professional that are providing digital content, digital platforms, is paid to do that. Yes. And so we have to ensure that their proposals, this is like an educational also argument. These professionals must be aware that their work is influence directly people, and then their proposals must be suitable for the people, and the people must use them in terms of safety, comfort, effectiveness, and efficiency, of course. But how can we guarantee, how can we achieve accessibility? So we have several guidelines, and one of them is to follow the inclusive design principles. Also, and just this first sentence, it's like another speech in another framework. This is very important. Is when I design a product or a service for the online environment, I must think about all the users. We should not focus how can I say, we have to do like an universal design design and development. Of course, you have several guidelines for this. Also, to achieve accessibility, we have to know about the wide range of products and services that exists to provide this easy use of internet, or easy use of access, easy use and access. And also, we have to know the existing technologies and how to adapt for specific users or specific students. We also have to know that we have several means of information and communication technologies, and also to provide this balance regarding these inclusive design principles, the wide range of products and services, including assistive technologies. How can we adapt the existing products to cover a wide range of users and these alternative means of information and communication? But which are the challenges? First, we have to know our users. To design inclusive technological solutions is to necessarily understand special needs and or disabilities of each users. Don Norman said, as a very famous sentence, he said, invariably, when we design something that can be used by those with disabilities, we often make it better for everyone. So design focusing on accessibility is not only designed for people with disabilities, but we can design for disabilities. We are actually doing we actually design for easy of use and access for all. So we have, as you know, you have different types of disabilities, and regarding this, I will give some specific tips for provide or design content for online environments regarding these types of disabilities of this kind of users. Of course, when we talk about assistive technologies, we are talking about any products or any device, equipment, instrument, technology, or software that can be specialized, produced, or adapt to prevent, compensate, monitor, alleviate, or neutralize disability. This is a concept defined in literature. And we have 5 areas that we divide assistive technologies for: communication, mobility, manipulation, orientation, and cognition. So if we can guarantee that the system can be accessed by these technologies, you can guarantee that people with different disabilities can access your system. You are designing with focus on accessibility. So what about inclusive technologies? Well, what are we talking about when we speak about developing these inclusive systems? For example, for people with motor impairments, what we have to do is to remove the use of effort of the upper and lower limbs. For example, if they are interacting with the computer, then we have to provide them adapted mice or adapted keyboards. And this is important because our interface, our platform, our website must be accessed with this adapted technology input devices. Also, we speak about like personalized chairs and tables for maximize ergonomics for these users. For example, for people with hearing disabilities, what we have to do, of course, is replace the audio stimulus. For example, if we provide the replacement of audio content by using subtitles or using of sign language or sign language interpreters, another example is the use of avatars, the use of video with subtitles. This kind of adapted or alternative solutions can actually provide access for people with hearing disabilities. For visual disabilities or blind people, we are speaking about replacement of all visual contact by audio or tactile stimulus. For example, you can use softwares to read screen, like screen readers for this type of users, or also we are talking about the Braille line. I don't know if you know about the line Braille, but this is a small video regarding the use of the Braille line. So blind people can interact by pass their hands in the Braille line and can read the characters. For people with intellectual disabilities, and this is a big group with several pathologies, with several levels of severity levels, I'm sorry, what we have to do in the interfaces, we have to simplify content, we have to simplify the text, we have to simplify the interfaces regarding colors, color type, regarding the text, also the interaction with natural interfaces. It's much in literature we know that it's much easier to access interfaces using touch than the mouse, for example. Also, we have to simplify the structure, the navigation, the system navigation for this kind of users. Another important point for this specific users is the use of pictograms for communication, but also use this interlink with images and texts for them to provide an easy access of interfaces. What we are talking about when we speak about inclusive technology development is to use a co-design methodology. We ask users to participate and actually help in the development of this digital content, of these digital platforms. So the user is the center of the development process. Also, another thing important, we talk about universal design, but it's very important as we know that we are all singular. We have all different personal attributes, different abilities, different capabilities. We have to design with this universal thinking, but actually, regarding interface and content, we have to customize this interaction for each profile of the user. And this can be tricky, and this is very important to use a co-design to create several profiles in interaction. Of course, we have several tips also for provide content for accessibility and mobile design. And these 10 tips that I gave, you can find in literature, of course, but we have to focus one thing, that when we are designing for online environments, we have to think if we cannot design for all disabilities, then focus blindness, because blindness, people with visual disabilities and blind people are a very big target of this group of disabilities. So if we provide an access for this group, we are providing for a big part of the group. For that, we have to create good alternative texts. This is text that we can describe images, and this can provide information about the image that appear in the interface. Also, another important thing is the worker menus. Screen readers several times skip over them if they are not developed well. Also, we should not place important content in different and difficult places that screen readers won't find it. Another important thing is to text accessibility with real users. Do not use only automatic tools. This is very important for all users with disability. Another important thing, it's not disable the Zoom feature in the mobile interfaces. Of course, you have this all tips, and they are specific for blind, but as I said before, this is an important group of people, and if we cannot design for all, please consider blindness. This is very, very important. So to wrap out, in sum, we have to, this is very important. We have to educate future developers, web designers, professions that are working online and developing platforms, developing content. And this is an important topic, and it's a multidisciplinary topic, because when we talk about this digital content, these digital platforms, we are not just focusing on e-commerce, but we are, it's mandatory to think this in all kinds of niches, like e-learning or e-commerce, e-banking, all this kind of platforms or digital platforms. So it is very important to develop inclusive technology by exploring individual abilities of our users, but also customizing service, products, and systems that can overcome these barriers. And I would like to conclude my presentation with this sentence: all individuals have same fundamental right to access and use the built environments with safety and comfort, as well as the products and service included in it. So this is also true for digital environments, and COVID-19 raised importance into this topic. It is mandatory to talk about it. So thank you so much for listening.
Thank you to our colleague from Portugal. And now I would like to invite you to come back to Lithuania. So I would like Associate Professor Rita Melienė to introduce the topic about children with special educational needs in distance learning. So Lina, you are welcome. So good, hello everyone. Thank you for introducing us. So we are going to present together this topic, and then I will take over. Hello, I think that you can hear me and see my slides. So we are very glad to introduce one more part from our quite wide and broad research conducted with other Vytautas Magnus University researchers about difficulties in distance learning and in the COVID-19 situation. So together with the colleague, we would like to share one aspect from this research about children with special educational needs and their success and failures in distance learning. Barriers that they face as seen by teachers, and how communities, how schools overcome these barriers and obstacles.
Atsiprašau, nes aš matau viską taip, kaip
Norėčiau.
norėčiau.
Režimą.
Nesikeičia? Tai aš kažkaip netaip įkėliau, matyt.
Iš naujo pabandykit, čia kaip ir Elvyrai buvo, kartais užstringa.
Gerai, bandau kelti iš naujo skaidrės tada. O dabar?
Taip, keičiasi, tik tai padarykite.
Gerai, viskas svarbu, kad keičiasi. Gerai.
Rita, slideshow padaryk, kad matytus prie ekrano visą, nes nesimato.
Man matosi.
Viso ekrano vaizdą, Rita.
Aš padariau visą ekrano vaizdą ir jį matau visą.
Galbūt jūs turite du ekranus?
Ne.
Ne tą ekraną rodo.
Rita, gal dar kartą bandykit kelti, nes ne visada tą zoomą įsikelia gerai.
Antrą kartą paspausti. Pas mane ant kompiuterio vieną kartą paspaudi, nepasidaro ant viso, tada antrą kartą paspaudi ant to ir tada pasidaro ant viso.
Nepasidarė, ar ne?
There are some problems with sharing the slides.
Gal Lina pabandytų pasidalinti, nesuprantu, kas vyksta.
Nes transliuoja kitaip negu...
Tada tu nutrauk, nes...
Gerai, nes aš matau viską gerai ir net nežinau, kaip pakeisti.
Ar dabar gerai matote?
Taip, dabar matome.
Gerai, o mane girdite, ar ne? Viskas gerai dabar.
Puikiai.
Gerai, tai apie tyrimo tikslą ir metodus.
About the aim of the research and methods. So the aim of this part of the research was to reveal school experiences when educating students with special needs in the context of COVID-19 by identifying barriers to successful education and overcoming strategies of overcoming these barriers. So we used the focus group method, and the groups were made from schools that participate in this wide research. So they include the teachers, support specialists, and representatives of administration. So different groups were formed from each and every school.
So
we had 20 focus groups and 20 discussions in this research. Countrywide, we had different regions, and the greatest part of schools were city schools, and the smaller part, 8 schools, were from rural regions. So the greatest parts among the participants, there were teachers of different subjects. We also have social pedagogues, logopeds, special pedagogues, also administration representatives took place in these discussions. And in these discussions, several questions were provided for participants. The questions were wider, broader, but we will present only 2 aspects. So the first question were the barriers, how teachers and specialists see these barriers faced by students with special needs. Then my colleague later on will talk about solutions, about opportunities to overcome these barriers. So what are these barriers, how they are understood by teachers? Now talking about children with special needs. So in daily practice, they face certain difficulties, and in learning, even in face-to-face learning environment, they have some difficulties. Now talking about barriers, teachers of representatives of administration, they focused a lot about barriers related to home environment, and there were statements that children do not get enough support and help at home as much as they need. So difficulties endured by children at home, they have even more these difficulties. It's more difficult for them to learn at home. Children's social environment is not suitable for learning and is not encouraging them to learn. Families have lack of social skills, and in general they are not able to take care of children properly. Families do not know how to solve problems that they face, and sometimes hyper care is provided, and this diminishes the independent work of a child. So the teachers say about families, when children with special needs come back, have come back to school after distance learning, they do not have the regime. And this is the problem of the family because of the lack of social skills and ability to communicate with the children. So we have a lot of similar statements. Another aspect important that is faced by schools, and teachers understand this aspect, and administration staff, that barriers arise due to education environment. Education does not always meet the needs of students. Quick support is necessary, and teachers do not always identify that moment when they have to provide support to children, because behind the screen you cannot observe everything, and schools notice that the need for specialist support and assistance is not always met the way it should be. And for teachers, it's difficult to assess students working online, because you cannot measure the efforts. You see only the results. So teachers evaluate only the results, but it does not meet the expectations of children, which disappoint them and does not encourage this, and all this leads to lower academic achievements. Teachers also discussed individual qualities, characteristics of children, and they pointed out that disability also complicates and is a barrier to this distance learning. They lack skills, and it has great impact on the situation of the child. Children are not independent enough, they do not have enough responsibility. And one quote illustrates the situation in a good way. So students with special needs, they are afraid to talk, they try to hide, they disappear somewhere. And this illustrates that withdrawal and avoidance of participation because they do not trust in themselves and they are not able to cope with the situation. And there are more social emotional difficulties faced by children. That's why they experience and lose motivation. And this leads to negative behavior. So children simply withdraw themselves from this learning process. To assure successful, I would like to give the floor to my colleague. And a lot of barriers have been mentioned. Of course, not all of them have been overcome. So I would like to share how we succeeded in solving these problems and barriers. And maybe not in all cases we have found the most appropriate solution. Now, talking about effective ways to overcome barriers and help students with special needs. So we have five areas identified that are important to ensure effective support and assistance. So effective support system at school for all students, special pedagogical and special support to students with special needs. Also contact education, face-to-face education, to assure success for students with disabilities. Also teamwork and cooperation and teacher level supports and new didactic innovative solutions. So we will try to discuss more of these directions. Now talking about effective support system for all students. So we can note that teachers, when sharing their experiences at school, they have identified two areas, two fields, what is really important. So first of all, a clear algorithm for providing assistance. What should everyone do when facing certain difficulties? Who's responsible for providing help? Who will be included in this process? Effective activities of the Child Welfare Commission is also very important. This commission helps to coordinate, to effectively coordinate all these situations and provision of the support to each child. Learning support and consulting, some general solutions at school for subject teachers, consulting provided by teachers for very good students and students having difficulties. And students with difficulties should also use all opportunities in this learning support system. Also, resources are important and their applicability and use. So such practices were mentioned, something that they have applied and that helped them. So two teachers in the classroom, for example, in distance learning and also in contact learning. Also student-to-student help. And there were schools who created and developed such practice when students provided help to each other, and also volunteer assistance and support. So higher grade students, they participated in providing this volunteer support. So this has also been used. And this was one factor for success in order to provide necessary help and assistance. Now talking about specific pedagogical and specific supports. So when sharing about their experiences, schools said that social pedagogues, social specialists, psychologists, they're important, and their cooperation is very important. Also, help of special teachers and assistance from teachers' assistants is very important. When the teacher had their assistants, so it's easier to work with children with special needs. And the discussion was also focused on flexible adaptation to students' needs, finding solutions. Of course, you cannot follow one direction. You should take each an individual case and focus on the students' needs, including students into this process as well. And there were, and most of the statements were related to the help of a special teacher, special pedagogue, talking about inclusive education. So experiences at schools were different. Some of the schools, not many of them, they shared that using this special pedagogue and his or her help were used in distance learning, but we do not have a lot of examples of in distance learning. This help was used when taking students with special needs from the whole learning process and connected individually or small groups with these children and worked individually with him. It was mentioned that the help of special educator, special pedagogue, this help was provided after school, after distance classes. For example, in the evenings. Talking about contact face-to-face education, it was mentioned as a must condition for students with special needs. And this returning students with difficulties to school was seen as an effective solution. But there were also opinions that only the part of the students returning to school would be a good thing. But then students felt exceptional, and the question was, why should they come back to school? So this returning only of a part of the students was seen as a positive thing, but actually there were some discrimination aspects for some of the participants. Now, teamwork and cooperation, collaboration. So the focus was on the leadership, on helping diversity, also mobilizing a support team in this crisis situation when very quick decisions had to be made, and working in the team. An important thing was exchange of information, response to information, cooperation between teachers and professionals, also cooperation with the family and consultation of parents. And the last area that we identified, teacher support and new didactic solutions. Now, talking about teacher support, assistance, in previous presentations, we heard that distance learning have had certain advantages. Teachers share the experiences that they have found, new tools for personalization, individualization, and differentiation of education, application of different tasks, different sources, different levels, in order to differentiate learning. And using technological means, this accessibility can be increased. So this was also mentioned by our colleague from Portugal. And timely feedback and support in small groups or individually was also noted. And this strengthening of self-directed learning was pointed out as a good thing. And teachers also admitted that this pandemic situation forced them to increase the amount of visual information. They were used to talk more, but now they had to include present this information visually in slides, especially thinking about students with special needs. And using technological tools allow to assure timely feedback, which is very important, to react very quickly what has been uploaded and provide feedback at once, and probably to direct and provide their help to students. For example, after the lesson, teachers used to connect and to discuss individually with students with special needs or the ones that face difficulties. And one more factor emerged, students with special needs. So what is important is clear structure and external control. Because students with special needs, so clear structure, clear outline, what should be done by this or that time, and monitoring this process was also important for such students. We bolded this because this was done by support specialists, because for teachers themselves it was quite difficult because probably of the lack of time. And one of the problematic cases is with children with high special educational needs, because working with high special needs, teachers simply did not accept them to classes, to online classes. They worked absolutely individually with them. So what conclusions can be drawn? Now, talking about students with special educational needs, their difficulties, barriers, they emerge because of the shortcomings in the organization of appropriate education, also lack of direct assistance from teachers and professionals. And also these students, they are more vulnerable to the individual learning. They lose their motivation of learning, avoids taking part in online lessons, avoids asking for assistance, and they simply retreat, withdraw from the learning process. And children also face social difficulties in their own families. And because of this double vulnerability, they have this they are not included in this learning process. So overcoming the challenges and barriers that arise for a variety of reasons is facilitated by teamwork, cooperation, with the help of the teacher, using innovative solutions. And contact work, provision of contact work was seen as one of the best ways for students with special needs. So effective support system at school for all pupils is also very important. And so inclusive education for students with high special educational needs is probably the greatest challenge, and also inclusive special pedagogical supports. Sorry for some technological issues at the beginning. Thank you for your attention. I would like to address. I know that there are to cite to note the idea by the professor from Singapore. Thank you to our professor from our colleagues. Now I would like to invite Sigita Girdzijauskienė from Vilnius University. We are a bit lagging behind, so we would like to invite you, and we are eager to listen to your presentation. So I see that taking a look at the time, I see that we are really lagging behind. So in order not to take too much time, my topic is adolescents' attitudes toward distance learning and their learning achievements. The topic is really very broad. So either I have to talk a lot about it or nothing at all. But now we have the mosaic, which comes from our experience from the first wave of the quarantine, the systemic analysis, all these analyses, starting with this general introduction that the pandemic situation has made to go us to the lockdown and follow this policy due to which our lifestyle has changed for children and for us adults, and because of the restrictions in communication, they were not able to participate, to socialize. So all these analyses, they show that the greatest negative of the pandemic is this on the mental health of children. So this approach to distance education, it is closely related. This mental health is related to distance learning and talking about achievements after the first wave of the quarantine. This anxiety of children, because the schools lacked some work skills in this pandemic situation, and most of the researchers focused that and revealed that students are afraid of their learning, and pandemics has a negative impact on their learning. So there are two important things. The pandemic itself affects and impacts the environment, affects children. But when we talk about the lockdown of schools, it even increased these impacts. If we could say that the schools are open, but all education is under pandemic conditions. So we cannot come back to the years and situation before the lockdown, before the pandemic. So I have based my analysis on several research, focusing on what was going on after the first lockdown and the second lockdown. So the number of students and year ages differ, but some of the age groups overlap. The first research took place after the first lockdown that was strictly followed when people were afraid of this pandemic, and the second collection of data was carried out at the end of the previous school year. Now talking about the results. So what is the best way for students to learn? So during the first quarantine lockdown, the greatest difference, we see that most of students want to learn at school, to have this contact education. After the first lockdown, we had 46%, and after the second lockdown, we have 33% of such students.
1/4 of the students wanted to learn only distantly. And talking about achievements of students, we see an interesting dynamics that after the first quarantine, the first lockdown, more students identify the achievements as higher after the first lockdown than after the second lockdown. So during the second lockdown, the awareness of students what in which areas they succeed or experience failure. So they during the second lockdown, they probably returned, and this approach was normalized. Another question: how children evaluated their own changes in their own achievements. So this is a very nice slide. The data are very interesting. We have identical results, almost the same number after the first lockdown and after the second lockdown. We see that the sample is different, but the percentages are almost the same. And most of the students, they noted that the achievements have increased, have become better. And this one more aspect is motivation to learn, the willingness to learn. So during the first lockdown, that there is a greater desire, willingness, greater motivation to learn than during the second lockdown. And we could see that the second lockdown, it was longer. It was not so much predictable. So students got tired, teachers got tired. That's why we can see that this willingness to learn was smaller. And then we should take a look at who would like to learn online. Sometimes we imagine children that this distance learning is suitable for them. We think probably about talented children who are able to monitor the learning process, but who are these children who would like to learn distantly online? Because as we saw, the percentage, many students said that they don't want to come back to schools. So the same after the first lockdown, the same number of girls and boys, they expressed the same opinion. So there are, we can say that there are children of 5th and 8th grades, then those who feel psychologically worse, those who have less motivation to go to school. Now, after the second lockdown, the first aspect has not changed. We have the same number of girls and boys, a younger, we can say 5 and 12 graders, also as the same as after the first lockdown, children with worse psychological well-being, also those whose learning results have become better and which stimulated and motivated them to learn. What were some positive learning experiences during the first lockdown and the second lockdown? We have a lot of experiences. So we have covered the same number of things, but we have learned less. We observed the same tendency during the second lockdown. My marks are higher, but I haven't learned more. So what we can say about these positive experiences, so they know more about IT technologies, they have more time to prepare their homework, they have learned to learn together with their peers, that during the classes they can find all necessary information when writing all this control works and tests. It's not so stressful. They can choose whether to reply or not, whether to participate or not, and they have learned how to earn marks easier. And experiences after the second lockdown, better marks. It's easier to focus, less noise. It's easier to learn. It's easier to find information. It's easier to write all the tests and assignments. They also mentioned that it's easier to cheat and there is less workload. We should also discuss negative experiences during the first lockdown and the second lockdown. Now, we have learned less, a lot of individual work, less motivation to learn. And comparing to the second lockdown, teachers had to introduce face-to-face lessons, organization of teaching, to understand for teachers that students learn behind their screens. And after the second lockdown, we have learned less, a great load, lower quality. This is something that was not mentioned at the first lockdown, to connect to lessons, to take part in lessons. And during the first quarantine, the quality was not the focus. After the second, it was mentioned that the lessons were boring. It's difficult to concentrate, and teachers do not believe that students prepare homework themselves. I should also share some insights from other data of our research. So very nice and positive things emerge: better emotional well-being, better behavior, better relationship with peers, with teachers, with parents, greater willingness to learn, more friends, less bullying, better school atmosphere, greater trust between students and teachers, and better relationship and communication in the class. And the insights that we have made, looking retrospectively at the first lockdown and at the second lockdown and the schools during these periods. So what could we take from all these periods and situations that the situation will get normal? So student choosing this distance education as one of the most attractive education forms. So the profile is the 6th, 7th grade students. So why such students? Why this age group? The main purpose is to communicate, and at this particular period, the greatest part of students, they choose this distance education. So maybe such a group of children, we could take this historical context, those who are learning at 6th and 7th grades, they jump to the quarantine In the 5th grade, they had all these new subjects, and it seems that this system has disappeared and the teaching learning has become individualized. So this psychological health, mental health is worse than their peers. So that's not because of the pandemic, yes, but something that has come from the past. And those who have lower evaluations and who have improved their results and achieved better results. Now, experiences of distance education, so we can conclude that IT competencies of all participants have improved, and they do not pose a lot of tension on stress. And when learning, students can search for additional information. Students have learned how to cheat, but teachers probably have not learned how to stop this cheating. And there are no tension, there are no stress for students and for teachers. And worse education quality. These are the words of students. We shouldn't forget. And we have noticed, and the pandemic has also revealed that this distance learning, that positive achievements is based on the triad, that is the relationship between teacher, between student, and between parents. And this is important despite the problems or situation that we face. Thank you, dear Sigita, for punctually finishing your presentation. So very grateful for your insights. We have added more to this box of barriers and obstacles, and it was interesting to listen that during the second lockdown, the skills improved, especially of educators. So now we would like to invite and give the floor to the representative of school, that is Šiauliai Progymnasium Saiduve from Lithuania, to share the practical experience of school and to present the topic, a child's individual progress assessment system, solutions that bring the community together for student progress. Good day to every participant in the conference. I'm very grateful for this opportunity to present the certain practice of our organization that we follow. We have been following for more than 10 years. So a lot of focus have been on distance learning. I will tackle this topic as well, but I will also share about the system that we have developed in our school on child's individual progress, solutions that bring us move forward. Very briefly, we have 580 students at our school, at our pro-gymnasium, one pre-primary group, and 1 and 8 graders. We have 52 teachers. And for more than 10 years, we have developed the culture that focuses on the inclusion of each and every member of the community, and the essential direction is orientation to the individual progress of each student. And the systems created by the Progymnasium, I will discuss and mention 3 of these systems. So our systems created, they help us to organize these activities and to bring community together.
Ar matyti dabar?
Ne.
Vakar bandžiau, buvo gerai viskas.
Tai kaip tyčia.
Pabandysiu.
Dar kartą.
We have some problems with the slide sharing.
Ar dabar matyti?
Nematom, gal čia techniniai
Reikia
darbuotojai.
tą patį antrą kartą įkelti. Pažiūrėkit, kad būtų tos skaidrės tokiam mėlynam fone atsiradusios.
Arba Natalija ekraną bandykit. Dar kartais ekraną bandyti, padeda, jeigu nemato dokumento atskirą kompiuterio ekraną.
Nematyti vis tiek.
Ne.
Ką dabar daryti?
O jūs ekraną bandykite kompiuterio.
Rašo, kad siūlau kamerą prieš ekraną pastatyti ir tada matysim.
Ta prasme,
čia kamera, nežinau. Va, pasimatė.
Išjungti.
Ne, dar
ne. Ne tas.
Aš tai galvoju, jeigu kad yra techninės, gal tiesiog tęsti, gal tiesiog be skaidrių, arba ir atsiųstumėt gal Alvyrai, gal mes pasidalinsim.
Taip, arba atsiųskit ir...
Ar suteiktos teisės yra gerbiamai Natalijai dalintis?
Taip, nes visiems čia suteikta. Natalija, jūs atsiųskit man tas skaidrės, o pati kalbėkit be skaidrių, tai jeigu pavyks, aš įkelsiu. Gerai? Nes laikas jau visiškai yra išsekęs.
Gerai. Žodžiu, aš jau siūsdama truputėlį kalbėsiu, gerai, tokia.
So I will probably discuss without giving my slides. So we started to create all these things with the concern about a bad school situation, very low evaluations, a lot of attendance problems. So we had to do something in order for our school could leave this negative context, this unsuccess, and we could move forward instead of blaming others. So we had to do something and find some solutions out of this circle. So we have created the model for student support, helping to avoid getting negative evaluations. For example, when they have evaluations marks 2, 3, 4, and they are disappointed with this situation. So we ourselves have to believe, and we have to encourage our students to believe in themselves for better results. And how to help children to leave this area of negative evaluations and to encourage them to move forward. It was 2008, and we started applying support for students. After that, focused our attention of the class microclimate, discussing with children with very low evaluations. So we saw that you can get close and you can help them to leave such a difficult situation. So this microclimate, improvement of interrelationships, intercommunication. So heads of class, teachers, they created a survey, the questionnaire, the thermometer of class to measure this microclimate in the classroom.
And then we found a system to evaluate the microclimate in the classroom, but also management of the class, that is called MOST. The attention is paid to teaching, the organizational issues, the social skills, and 1 hour to speak. And in 2012 and 2030, we provided the system of students' progress, and we have been applying this system. So parts, how we can simplify all these processes in order to see the child, to understand the child. So we have created a system for monitoring the progress of each child, each student. And students themselves reflect on their progress. Also, the notebook for primary students. And there is one more system to gather the information about students' progress. If we have individual teachers' progress, then we also need the same for teachers. So we have created teachers' professional development system, and we have been applying this system so far. We have corrected, amended it, and social skills and also inclusion of parents has been important in this monitoring of individual progress. And it's important to include parents into this process, and parents, they provide feedback once per month, which is very important. Later on, we started discussing that attention to students' progress should be during classes, and active teaching should be applied during lessons. Children themselves should be active in lessons. So attention to teaching paradigm and creation of active environments. And also we have been searching for means to make this process of learning easier for teachers. How to make this process easier for teachers. And here we will take a look at 4 slides as an illustration. Now, getting out of this path of lower marks, we focused on the strengths of students, their potential. We have managed to leave this area of low evaluations. So at that period, there were 140 negative evaluations for the first semester. So we have no low evaluations of 2. We don't have a lot of filters. We do not allow students not to work. We provide assistance and support. We focus now on the individual child, but this slide illustrates that at that time, more than half of children had no 4 and 5 evaluations marks. So the aim of this slide shows that we have solved all the problems related to attendance. We have solved this problem in 2016, 2017. We have some problems, but now we have no problems at all. So not only the marks, the evaluations increased, but also parents' participation has increased. More than 73% of parents, they have participated in meetings and they have found ways to come, to talk, discuss. So we have tried to engage them in this learning, teaching process. So we see that our systems have worked properly. So what is this individual progress of child's individual progress that encourages each and every child student once per month to participate in the questionnaire, which we have created ourselves to evaluate themselves, the individual progress. The system allows teachers to analyze and monitor the progress and react to the obstacles, the barriers faced by children, by students, and the system encourages cooperation of students, of teachers, and parents. So we have 4 aspects that are constituent parts of this system. So each teacher has his or her own system, convenient to themselves because experiences differ, subjects differ, personal skills differ. So each and every teacher has created his or her own system. And following the system, the teacher monitors the progress of each and every student and reacts if the assistance is necessary. Then evaluation by the student. So each and every Monday or each Monday or first Monday of the month, the student, him or herself, reflects on his or her learning process, provides reflection, and if there is the need for assistance, the teacher helps. These are some fragments from the questionnaire. There are 3 parts: learning, non-formal education, social skills. So this is like a concluding questions. So the first part is for social skills, about emotions, feelings, and the similar things. And once per month, he uses 1, 0, 1, 2, 3 once per month. He or she reflects on the way they feel. Another important thing is that all people working at school related to specific class, once per half a year, we gather together, and we have been doing this since 2012. So we got acquainted with our children, with our students, also support specialists, school principals, and subject teachers, and we discussed about each and every child from different perspectives and make certain agreements, decisions. So in order to easier notice the child, we fill such a document, how the child includes or participates in all these processes, all these soft skills, evaluations, marks. And the last important thing is the provision of assistance and support, providing solutions, example, in mathematics and Lithuanian language, because in one subject, a student has some problems, in another he or she does not have, and we try to solve these problems. For example, ask the student to come and take the first desk or work with this or that child. Other provision of support. So we share this information between each other. And there were some support measures, tools. The help is here and now during the lesson without waiting for consultation hours, the end of the semester. So all these support measures, they are related to the support assistance provided during lessons. And here I have shared the data from 2015, 2016. So first of all, we have the problem that we discussed, then support measures, support tools that can be used and applied. And finally, we make this common general agreement. Exceptional cases are included in this list.
Taip, čia, kaip sakiau, atsirado MIPas, tai yra kaupiam kas pusmetį, čia vieno vaiko atvejis.
So after each half a year, we have this system of students' individual needs and identification system of this need. So what the child is doing, what the subject teacher is doing, or the teacher of the primary education. The group of teachers discuss each and every child, support measures, and finally administration provides help, support, assistance, and monitors the results. And now how we have applied all this experience when we have moved to distance education. So each and every week we mark the inclusion of the child, and where we saw 1 or 0, we ask teachers to contact individually the child and help students to connect to lessons. So acknowledgement of individuality and opportunities of each student, support assistance system is very important, coordination, growing self-esteem, prevention of bullying, learning paradigm is also very important. It's important to have communication and collaboration between teachers. So we have general meetings, communication, class hours, and every Wednesday teachers gather and they discuss exceptional cases. We also have agreements on an example of good lesson. We have such a network, and we take the directions to development so that together we could move forward and help each other. And another important aspect is to include parents into the progress of children, of students. So the feedback is provided by schools to parents. Parents participate in different discussion forums. It's important for the teacher to be the leader, for him or her to learn to collaborate, communicate, and the head should assure these conditions to structure time to gather people, and the most important thing is the child, because we are doing everything because of the child and for the child. Sorry for technical inconveniences caused. Thank you, Natalia. So, yes, it's a good thing to share good experiences. Now I would like to invite to turn your cameras on and to invite the director of the Department of Education, Sports, Research Education and Sport Ministry. So hello everyone, I'm very grateful to each presenter for sharing their insights, their ideas. I was glad to listen to so many interesting research that have been conducted by different researchers, and the attention that has been given by researchers to these challenges that take place in the pandemic situation. So I would like to say that the Education, Sport and Research Ministry, so we are willing to be open, to have the schools open as long as possible, but the decisions that are made by the government, they are decided not by representatives of the ministry, but because of the situation in the health system. And we have been trying to do the maximum of the best quality, thinking about children who move to the distance learning. And now taking a look from this today's perspective, the knowledge that research has brought to us about this pandemic situation, about health systems and education. So this pandemic has taught us a lot, and we have learned that we have to be ready for unexpected situations. Even if we come back to contact education and we will manage this pandemic situation, all these skills and practices related to distance learning, teaching, IT instruments, IT solutions, all these things should become a norm to us. And while listening to your presentations and your research findings, how we have felt ourselves, how we have evaluated this teaching learning process in the pandemic situation. Now I would like to ask you to share your insights. What could we identify as the key elements that we must do, that we continue doing in order to be ready for unexpected situation, either pandemic situation or any other situation that will force us to, let's say, postpone or stop this education process? Now, taking a look at this present context, we could say, yes, that if we do this, that, and that, next time in such situations, we will be able to provide better education and safer conditions for our teachers. So your insights and opinions would be very valuable to me. What are the key elements when we are talking about distance learning, distance teaching that could take a longer or shorter time? So for us to have the success in education.
Aš matau Sigitos pakilusią ranką, tai taip. Ačiū labai už tokį.
So thank you very much for quite a complicated question. What has been highlighted unavoidably Natalia has confirmed this, that it can be applied. We did not take into consideration the socio-emotional context, which is very important and which is the basis for everything. Maybe in Lithuania, we focus more on achievements. For example, in Scandinavian countries, we have one practices in Lithuania, but it was the world who has noticed this, that the socio-emotional education is the basis. And inclusion of all three parties, teachers, students, and parents. So this is the basis of education. And we should start with this. But we have to have this long-term investment. Natalia's presentation was very valuable. So the beginning was 2008. So this is the input. So now we have had something new. So we have to do it quicker. And we do not have this luxury to take 10 years for this process. We have to be very quick in this process to apply all these parts of the system and include them. Then we will be ready.
Please, Professor Ilze from Latvia. You can.
Professor Ilze, the floor is yours.
I think that practically distance education is nothing special or new in all our countries, because we work on distance education on theories, practice already for many years. And I know that Lithuania and Estonia people working in distance education and creating materials are quite strong. I even remember working with them together. But I think in this situation, we practically didn't believe, unexpectedly it was, that we have to pass, because not all people like distance education. People like to work face to face, and nobody believed that suddenly at once we have to work from distance. And also, I think when we are speaking about distance education, we have to think about quality of distance education, because quality, because after, I think, practically a year, we universities, we will get these pupils or pupils studying last year, and then we will see the results. And practically, we don't have such profound search. What are the results? But some results already confirm that we have acquired ICT skills. They are going up, but the results of the learning are not so good. It means that we have practically to think practically about the quality, because it requires some, control of learning. How do our youngsters learn in school? That's my view. We have to be very attentive with distance learning. But of course, I think we have to work more with people, because computers are computers, tools are tools, yes? But I liked, as a colleague said just, and I also spoke about these three categories that are students, or teachers and families, how to join them together. And of course, there are a lot of participants. Yeah, we will have maybe a lot of computers, a lot of tools, but people, we have to develop them, and we all work for people. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Okay. Galbūt dar kažkas norėtų. Please, Tanya.
I would like to also contribute with my opinion, and thank you for inviting me to be here. And I agree, technology solutions, but we have to focus on people, on users. And so this co-design methodology is so important, and accessibility as I speak in my presentation, it's very focused. It's very important to focus in the perspective of developing and designing these platforms, because they are being developed without these concerns, without concerns of people, without concerns of users. So in this specific context of learning, we have to hear from them how they prefer, how they what do they use, what technology they use, what are their preferences in their interaction. And I only can contribute in this perspective of designing and developed technologies, but I want to reaffirm and confirm my opinion. It's in this point. We have actually to hear people, to hear the families, to hear the students, but in this perspective of the development, the professional that is developing these contents, these platforms, has to do this relation of collaborative working. So I would like to reaffirm that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tanya. Na ką, turime turbūt dar vieną minutę, jeigu...
So we have 1 minute. If you want to express your opinions, probably we will have a break. It will be shorter. So to conclude, from my own perspective and experience, I would agree that people are the focus, and it's very important, our competencies as teachers, digital competencies, and not only digital competencies, also competencies and skills related to working with students with special needs, with disabilities, how to apply these tools, because sometimes it's difficult to do it in contact learning, teaching, to learn this transmission and transfer of these technologies to distance learning as well. And the last word for Sigita. I have a question to Natalia. Natalia, I would like to ask, have you had any change in teachers? Yes. Yes, we have this change in teachers, but this is the valuable thing. Say, thank you for this final presentation. When we talk about something theoretically, we can apply it practically using the policy of the school and create not only formal monitoring of progress, but systems that can be applied and that can work, and to see and notice each and every child in this system, especially those who have emotional difficulties, learning difficulties, to find the reasons for these difficulties. So thank you very much to all our presenters for sharing your insights. We feel enriched with all the insights and discussions. So thank you for each of you for your questions and answers. We wish a fruitful break, and we will start to continue our discussion at 2 p.m.
Sveiki visi, tikriausiai susirinkę.
Hello everyone, we have 1 minute left. And we would be willing to finish this third section in time. So I say hello to my colleague, and we are going to moderate the session. And we would like to introduce people who will participate in this discussion. The head of the teachers, of the department of the teachers activities. And the second participant in discussion is the head of the council of teachers. So we would invite you. And we are looking forward to interesting discussion after this third session. So we will try to fit in time. I would like to ask our participants to assure this equal opportunities and take 15 minutes, no longer. And if we have questions, we will have these discussion parts and discuss these questions at the end of this session. So we are very grateful. And now we would like to invite our colleague from Estonia, who is also taking part in this project. So Milo, the floor is yours.
Hello, thank you. I'll share my screen. Good afternoon. My name is Maila Kasper, and I'm visiting lecturer at Tallinn University. And I'm giving you a brief overview of the situation in Estonian schools during the COVID-19 period. Little bit about the background as Estonian in numbers. As a population, we have 1.3 million people in Estonia, and we have 512 general education schools. Therefore, 155,000 pupils are studying in stationary general education. So in academic year 2019 and 2020, Estonian schools were in distance learning from March to June 2020 to limit the COVID-19 virus spread. As of last year, 2020 and 2021 academic year, all Estonian schools were on remote learning from March 11th. From May 3rd to 1st and 4th grades were allowed to attend school again. As of May 17, 2021, all schools resumed contact learning. And as of this academic year, 2021 and 2022, educational institutions are kept open at all levels. Restrictions on contact learning should be avoided. Of course, there are exceptional cases where the majority of the employers of an educational institutions are ill. The teachers may apply distance education except for the students in primary grades or for students in need of additional support, of course. And also, distance learning in older classes may be considered under conditions of very high risk of infection. That was the case in Tallinn. The students in grades 4 to 8 were in distance learning from 25th of October until 23rd of November current year. In Estonia, there are conducted several very thorough researchers, and I'm going to introduce them to you. My colleagues from Tallinn University conducted a very broad research, and this study was conducted in 109 general education schools among 1,544 pupils and 1,217 general education teachers from grades 1 to 12. And The authors of this research stated that the main findings were that less than 1% of students did not have an internet connection. Therefore, they had quite a big problem and overcome to this situation of conducting the distance learning. 44% of students indicated that time spent studying increased during this distance learning, and about 75% of teachers found that their workload increased during that period of time. Also, teachers spent the most time on preparation and also giving feedback. And the majority of time was spent to plan study activities among primary school teachers and least time among 10 to 12th grade teachers. Also, they stated that the number of students with learning difficulties almost doubled during that time. The authors of this research also made some very specific suggestions for schools in distance learning in the future, if there is a need for that. First of all, agreements between teachers, students, and parents on the use of work environments and study organization within the school must be put in place. Second, use of digital learning materials and development of teachers' digital competence. Also, meaningful video lessons must be put in place in order just to the learning by themselves at homes. Fourth, collaborative teaching practices, integration of subjects, and project-based learning as well. Also, use of diverse teaching methods, and they found three main teaching methods that teachers were using. First of all, based on individual tasks. Second, learners' multifaceted inclusive teaching. And thirdly, synchronous teaching. The sixth suggestion was that supporting students' self-regulation to plan their own learning during that time. Also supporting students with learning difficulties, also monitoring the learning process, and of course, involvement of the parents and management support for teachers and coordination of cooperation. The second very thorough research has been conducted in Estonia in the school year of 2020 and 2021. This report presents results from a qualitative interview-based study with teachers, students, and school leaders on the academic year of 2020 and 2021 in Estonia. And the main findings from this study were that teachers stressed that their workload is time-consuming and inconvenient. Also, a shift from independent tasks and written format of learning design to systematic and diversified approach. Thirdly, they found that school leaders noticed that teachers' critical approach to subject curriculum to prioritize core topics instead of prioritize all the topics as they did before. Also, extensive screen time and reduced physical exercise decreased motivation and increased anxiety that all students mentioned in the study. And also for school leaders and teachers, it has meant constant reorganizing and creative tailor-made solutions. There has been made a very thorough systematic literature review in Estonia as well concerning this matter. It has been published in the current year from our University of Tartu colleagues. And the main findings that they found in their review was the impact of closing and reopening the schools. First of all, school closures are connected to declining quality of education, increase in mental health problems, and decrease in physical activity. And second, studies on the impact of school opening are contradictory, but it has largely been found to increase the risk of infection. So this was the brief overview of the COVID situation in Estonia. Thank you.
Wow, Mile, less time than you could. So so I maybe have a question now, or you could comment more on learning design, and also other participants can write your questions to my to help tell her more. And what about this learning design trends you told? It moved to a systematic, diversified approach. Could you tell more about this? How does it look in Estonia?
Should I share my screen again, or I just comment?
Mm-hmm.
I can share the screen and maybe it's more.
Yeah.
So let's see, where was it? Your question was concerning the yes. About the diverse teaching
about trends, yeah, about
teaching methods. Yes, they basically what they did that they need to discover how teachers can support their students in this very unique situation where all are behind the screens, and how they can support students that have some kind of learning difficulties as well. Therefore, they created these diverse teaching methods where majority of the methods stress the individual tasks that teachers could help their students and support them individually. But also they enforce the multifaceted inclusive teaching where students were making assignments where they could help themselves. Not only teacher was the person who helped the students who had the learning difficulty, but also students helped themselves, and they started to solving problems that some of the students had, the other students didn't have, to help themselves. So it was a quite unique situation how teachers can reach to every single students in the situation when they cannot be in the same classroom. So this was quite an interesting result for this study.
Mm-hmm. So is this learning design more oriented to one single student? And
yes, in the situation when students had some kind of learning difficulties, then the individual help was more needed and more necessary. But in some subjects, when the students didn't need so much individual help, then teachers try to use techniques that are meant for group works or all the students together. But yes, a lot of individual work.
Okay, so thank you very much, Maile, for your for your time management. And so tada mes kviečiame.
So now we would like to invite other participants, Associate Professor Dr. Ilona Tanzagovskene and my colleague, Associate Professor Dr. Judita Kasperiūnienė, to present the topic longitudinal research on upper secondary school learners' well-being and the factors influencing it in the COVID-19 pandemic. I think that we have such a situation that Ilona, her computer has crashed and the presentation is not available. So we don't see Judita as well. So probably we won't have this presentation. So we'll have more time for our discussions. But we will then omit this presentation, unfortunately. So I have to ask if Associate Professor Dr. Jolita Navaitienė with their colleagues, Associate Professor Aušra Rutkienė and Vaiva Rimienė, whether they are ready. Yes, we are ready. I was thinking about Aušra Rutkienė, but yes, I can take the floor. So the most important thing if I can share my screens. So this is the beginning of our presentation, and the topic is students' emotions in distance learning. I've just finished reading the book by neuropsychologist. So actions, our thinking is determined by actions, but emotions are the most important thing. So we should focus on emotions. 3 researchers have prepared this presentation. Aušra Rutkienė, Jolita Navaitienė, and Vaiva Rimkienė. So emotions are one of the most important factors of learning. And our brain should also be of suitable emotional status in order to learn, and emotions, they direct the students' attention and memory and many other processes related to learning. Emotions also important in distance learning. All emotional experiences are parts of the inner life of students, and they reflect the learning situation in which students were. And in the environment of distance learning, the same as contact or hybrid blended learning creates both positive and negative emotions in students. So we're going to talk about them. The methodology of research, the aim was to investigate emotions that arise during distance learning. We had 2 research, 2 surveys. One was qualitative, another was quantitative. The group discussion method was applied for teacher sample, and quantitative research using the questionnaire research. So there were 236 teachers who participated and 497 students that are learning in 5 and 8 grades. Of course, distance learning situation poses certain challenges, and since we have these challenges, this leads to different emotions, not only positive but also negative ones. And challenges, some challenges might lead to very serious psychological problems. And the negative emotions are experienced by students when they react to 2 difficult situations that emerge in distance learning. And now about this qualitative research. So this research reveals the attitude and approach of teachers. And teachers for sure observe and identify emotions of students. And I really like that teachers admit the importance of emotions, and they feel that that action should be taken to avoid such negative emotions. They also admit it's very difficult to observe a child with emotional difficulties. So we might expect that there will be certain measures applied to diminish these negative emotions. So the main emotion mentioned was anxiety. This is one of the most common negative emotions experienced by students as observed by teachers. When you feel that something bad may come, and when you feel that some danger is in future. And of course, this anxiety changes the behavior. They try to avoid such situations, or on the other hand, they try to do everything perfectly. They become perfectionists, or they want to control all the conditions themselves and other people. And teachers admit that that anxiety in students do exist, and anxiety was stipulated by technical issues and problems. They are afraid to express their problems. Another emotion is fear, that protects an individual from different dangers to his health or life. And when students do not know anything, it creates fear in him or her. Also, a fear of assessment. And behind this fear, for example, the student does not trust in him or herself, is afraid that she is not ready. This fear was also identified by teachers. Students are afraid to talk to the camera, they are afraid to ask, especially in distance lessons. This was something missed by teachers. Teachers were asking, but the students were not answering. Then sadness, another emotion. When you feel the lack of something, when you are in uncomfortable situation, when you feel that you have lost something, and you can notice the sad student. It's easier to notice this sad student than the student who feels anxiety. So he or she might be crying, so keep social distance. It's difficult to concentrate. Also, the appetite decreases, some problems in hygiene and sleeping habits occur. And teachers observe and identify, notice the sadness of students. Students are sad because they cannot spend time together, and sometimes they feel apathy. And this is because of the lack of communication. And another emotion is withdrawal. They withdraw themselves, they close, they don't want anything new, they communicate in a silent way. They think that people around them do not understand them. This might lead to depression. And very often, teachers evaluate this emotion of withdrawal as the lack of efforts. So such a student avoids talking, does not trust in him or herself, just stays in his or her own world. The fifth emotion is anger. And anger helps to mobilize, to survive, to fight for oneself. This is like a response to stress. When you feel disappointed, vulnerable, and some difficult information during distance learning may raise anger in him or herself. And anger does not allow to see behavior alternatives, but sometimes this anger helps to students to achieve good results. And teachers notice this anger in students. And mothers, they can notice, for example, when her daughter was angry and she had to turn the camera off. And then tiredness, fatigue, memory is worse, students want to sleep more, also mental fatigue, mental tiredness. There are different reasons, lack of free time, also longer hours while learning. And this fatigue, this tiredness is observed by teachers. And this enthusiasm that was at the beginning of distance learning. And teachers used to hear that students say, oh, I'm so tired. And in spring, teachers heard silence and students did not want distance learning. And the fifth emotion is confusion. This is, of course, a negative emotion, because a person, when he or she faces some controversial information, some unknown information, or something that is not understood by him or her, it's like a confusion, inability to think clearly, to act, and disorientation in space and in time. This confusion may allow to work, the results may be better, but in general, it does not add a lot of positive aspects in this learning process. And teachers, they notice this confusion when students does not know where to find something, especially for students with special needs. They have this strong emotion, this confusion. They cannot find something, they do not understand something. And if talking about positive emotions, so they are also very important. And this distance learning also created positive emotions in students. But this qualitative research revealed that there were students who felt better in distance learning. But in general, only one emotion could be discerned, that is happiness. Students were happy, they are willing to work distantly. Some say that the average, mark average, has increased and has become better. And quantitative research that was conducted with students, what emotions were experienced by them. And there were specific questions raised and given to them. And I have marked certain keywords, and I would like to provide conclusions. So 7 negative emotions were observed by teachers and their students. 2/3 of Lithuanian students have experienced withdrawal emotion. Almost half of Lithuanian students undergone confusion, and 1/3 of the Lithuanian students experience fatigue and boringness, and 1/3 of the Lithuanian students, they experienced loneliness as an emotion. And I haven't included this loneliness as emotion, but observed by teachers, but loneliness was mentioned more often by students. These are our emails. Thank you very much for listening. And if you have any questions, you may write and ask. If you have any questions in relation to emotion and learning. Thank you. Thank you, Julita, for all these emotions. I hope that we will have more questions about this topic. I see that Oshra has connected, will be able to comment in the end during our discussion. And I would like to invite Agne Brandishauskienė, Associate Professor Doctor, and her colleague, Professor Dr. Loreta Marmienė. I think we are trying to share our screen. And I'm very happy to introduce my team's research, in which we focus on students from disadvantaged socioeconomic and cultural backgrounds. And we aim to take a look, where do teachers' power lie? So a lot of what has been discussed about favorite learning environment, schools environment, that pandemic creates conditions for non-authorical interaction, the feeling of hurry, and the research shows that students from disadvantaged socioeconomic and cultural backgrounds, they face the greatest risk to have losses in learning. A favorable learning environment is multifaceted concept and is difficult to be defined. We would like to conceptualize providing 3 dimensions: pedagogical, social, organizational, and technical economic. And we base our research on theoretical paradigms, Vygotsky and Bronfenber, and in our research, whose results we're going to present. So we're going to focus on social, how teacher provides support and assistance on this individual level, and also pedagogical, how the teacher provided learning opportunities in the classroom. You will see how students cooperated together, how the student experienced this social justice, this autonomous support by teacher. So I would like to express my gratitude to all schools, for schools of general education, who were our partners, those who worked under very difficult conditions. So this context is not favorable, taking such factors as the number of students, also unemployment. So I would like to introduce the data. So 7, 8, 9, 10 grades were included. We also want gymnasium class, also boys and girls, distribution between them. We also took the average, the data are objective, results of achievements, schools provided this information. Also, one more institution working with children. Part of these children belong to students from disadvantaged social, economic, and cultural background. They were provided with free meal. And research methodology, we had some instruments applied. We used certain scales, inclusion of children, climate, learning climate, and on the right you can see data analysis methods which we applied in our research. So what are our variables, and what can we say about our schools as examples of good schools? And here and you have the support of teachers. This is a very good result. Then when we take students from disadvantaged socioeconomic and cultural backgrounds, we don't see any difference between working with such children and students from normal backgrounds. And we see that even more support is provided by teachers to students from a disadvantaged backgrounds. Also, we evaluated cooperation, this autonomous support and social justice. We don't see any differences between these two groups of students. So we can be happy about it and about the way teachers are working. And finally, we see emotional inclusion and behavioral inclusion, which is also very important because emotional inclusion is the result of the interaction between the teacher and the student. These positive emotions, this engagement that helps you learn, and behavioral inclusion is concentration, focusing, cognitive efforts. So we haven't found any difference between the two groups of students. And here we would like to draw your attention to the results that are important in relation to students, how the social justice was evaluated in relation to the achievements of students. And the higher the social justice, the higher the average of all marks in all subjects in Lithuanian language and social sciences and mathematics. And I should also point out that we found no differences, and we see that teachers are working professionally and give their attention to children equally in both groups, for students from disadvantaged and advantaged backgrounds. We have also identified connection, link between emotional inclusion and behavioral inclusion and teacher support and social justice. And the more support the teacher provides, the more the student feels this social justice. So we have this higher emotional inclusion and engagement. The same is with behavioral inclusion and engagement. Now looking for the variables between the teacher supports, and we have identified this difference. And this is the growth mindset, when students understand that they can improve their abilities to learn. And when evaluating their own growth mindset, if they are from disadvantaged backgrounds, they evaluate lower. They have lower evaluations than those that come from advantaged backgrounds. And the same tendency and statistically significant difference is observed from the point of view of teachers. Teachers evaluated specific children, not the whole class, but the specific child. So we can analyze these data. Even though this table shows the data that should raise certain anxiety, but the graphs, the illustrations below reveal another tendency, that blue line, teachers' evaluation, and the violet color, purple color is students' evaluation. So we see that teachers are more likely to take a look at students that they have growth mindset than students themselves. And the same tendency can be observed in both groups of children, students from disadvantaged and advantaged backgrounds.
Mes pasižiūrėjom dar vieną sąsajas.
And we have seen one more connection and link between the teacher support assistance, also growth mindset, and students' achievements. We see that support from teachers have a linked relationship with students' achievements. This linked relation is not very strong, but we see that teacher support is related to the students' growth mindset, and this growth mindset has relation with students' achievements. So in order to see whether this growth mindset can become the moderator and can facilitate this relationship between the teacher support and students' achievements, we have made the regression analysis, and these are two models in order to clarify this phenomenon. And we see that the first and the second model, they show and suggest that the growth mindset of students, if it's higher, it moderates the relationship, the link between the supports of teacher and students' achievements. If a child has this growth mindset, it strengthens the relationship between the support provided by the teacher and the students' achievements. So our conclusion would be that after ensuring the effective interaction between the teacher and the student, and the social pedagogical dimension, so both students of both groups, they successfully participate in the learning process, and emotional relationship of teacher with the student is significant. The more support students get, the higher their achievements are, and the growth mindset has been observed to differ in different groups of students from different backgrounds. And this growth mindset moderates positive teachers' supports and its impact on students' achievements. Teachers do a lot of things, but this growth mindset of students, especially from disadvantaged backgrounds, is not as high as we would like to see. So our participants, presenters, they have mentioned the family environment that also has great impact on the way students see their growth mindset. So concluding my presentation, I would like to thank to our students who have prepared some posters, how they understand what is the favorable learning environment. Agna, thank you very much for introducing and discussing the opinion of students, to hear the voice of students. So what is this growth mindset? Could you explain more? It's like a new thing, this growth mindset.
Kaip mokytojui šitą pastebėti, kaip atpažinti, kas tai yra toks, tiesiog paprastai, jeigu tai yra klasės aplinkoje mokytojų.
So if it's in the environment of the class, thank you, Natalia, for the question. Yes, in international research, we have this issue, this question, what is this growth mindset? And to define it, I have mentioned that this is the students' belief in one's abilities, and we ask students to evaluate whether I believe that if I work a lot, if I put a lot of effort, if I can change my result, my achievements, do I believe that my intellectual abilities can help me learn better? I don't have this exact scale, particular scale, but if my work efforts help to achieve something, because sometimes we hear such statements, why should we expect or require something from this or that student? He won't be able to do this or that. So we have to raise high expectations for each and every student, and it's important. So high expectations is not related to high evaluations to get, for example, 10, but each time to help a student, a child, to make progress. Thank you, Agnia. I think you will get more questions. I have seen that we have some of the questions in the chats. So we have lots of questions. We still have 15 minutes. And we would like to invite to share the unique experience of the school. We have already had one presentation by the principal of the school. And now the topic is collaboration to break down barriers to learning. So hello once again. Hello, Natalia, for introducing me. My name is Oksana. I am from Panevėžys Vyturys Progymnasium. So I will present and discuss my school's experience collaboration, which helps to eliminate, to overcome barriers to learning. What am I going to talk about? Collaboration at different levels and in the light of pandemic. About the fact that we couldn't lose each other, that we are social creatures, to find ways to change our mindset, to help each and every teacher and school not to lose the essence, not to forget the vision of the school, that we have digitalized school, that we have certain values, the value that each and every is important. So the first wave of the pandemic, the first lockdown, so we had confusion. The most important was to endure, to survive, and not to stop the education process. And at the beginning, students said, oh, that's a good thing. I'm going to spend all day at the computer. So abilities, they had these abilities, but they were not enough. And the teachers thought that, well, maybe nothing bad in this. I will simply transfer everything to the distance. 7 lessons at school, so 7 lessons at the computer synchronically. But we have seen that it's almost impossible. And creation of a different relationship, all sitting at the screen, at the computers. Exclusion, the problem of exclusion, also application of rules, application of agreements, so they were not followed. So we had to make agreements on writing names and surnames in the screen. And students identified very quickly what we did not know. And we have to admit that students learned quicker than teachers, and they simply pointed out to gaps in our teaching process. So we very soon identify barriers, lack of tools, of measures to avoid exclusion, so that we could learn in the best way. So the IT basis was divided to teachers and to students to meet the needs. The understanding of distance learning. I am at home, I live freely, I'm not limited by the school. Computer literacy was different between teachers, among teachers and parents. Something was primitive to our students, but not to their parents. For example, rules, agreements. We had to agree with students on these issues. Attendance, connection problems. The student is learning at home, but he or she does not participate, does not attend. Then the regulation of the workload, it's not very easy to transfer everything that was in contact education to distance learning and teaching. We have to choose the most important things, the essence, how to integrate, how to combine, how to divide this workload, not to get mad. And for example, teachers, assistants, librarians, they had to realize and apply their positions, their work distantly. And then we thought that we will end the school year, and from the next September we come back to the normal course. Unfortunately, the second wave struck, and we understood that it's not enough to monitor the process, just to gather students at the screens. We have to make students work according to their abilities. And it's important for teachers to learn actively and to share with each other. Teachers' meetings, reflections on learning and teaching, and principals have found out that computer literacy is not enough. We have to find different programs to apply them, to introduce them. So the principals of schools, we presented different programs. We showed that it's not too complicated and could be included into the learning process. And this collaboration with others. Collaboration between institutions. When we connect, we combine we collaborate with museums, with different institutions, and to have more interesting, more interactive, more meaningful education process. Learning barriers and obstacles. These are difficulties faced by teachers that hinder this learning and improvement and development. So the essence is to getting to know your student. It's difficult. We can't we can't observe the student in this whole learning process. Understanding that all students are different. When they are not near their friends, behind which back one can hide. Understanding that the problem lies not only in the student. Learning barriers is not only in students. For example, we cannot say that it's unmotivated student. Teachers can be unmotivated as well, and even environment can be unmotivating. And creation of opportunities, possibilities of learning to each and everyone. So success behind each and every screen. And we worked at different level, teacher and teacher, librarian, teacher's assistants, teacher students, and then the consultant for consulting about learning, administration, and teachers and parents. So collaboration, communication took place in order to remove these barriers. First of all, teachers, we had to eliminate these barriers in our heads. Because after eliminating these barriers, we can approach students in different way. A different the concept of scaffolding, the suitable, appropriate scaffolding, meeting the needs of students after getting to know them, and to give not the fish, but the fishing rods. So all the levels I would like to focus on now. Principals, school principals, and teachers. So provision of IT tools. Yes, students, they got all this IT support, but teachers were left behind. Support, encouragement of teachers was important. We understood that it's difficult for each and everyone. So taking one's own pace, reflecting on different situations, meetings, reflections in the learning regime, application of different programs, so that teachers could see, can try, and can apply in their own lessons. The relation between teachers and teachers, relationship and cooperation between teachers and other stakeholders in the learning process. ICT group, and our ICT group was created because all of us have different computer literacy. Different programs were searched for, were found, were implemented, presented for teachers in groups, individually, trying together making mistakes, and then successfully implementing the learning environment at school. Learning from one another, a professional development for teachers. We implemented here perfectly, and our distance education, we understood the need. We have to try, we have to learn, we have to invite each other to our lessons, ask for reflection, collegial learning is the most successful. Differentiation, individualization, how to present. We have different different examples, how to take the topic, to take the essence, to move without using with using less resources, but achieving the best result. Librarians issuing books, encouraging reading, it has lost the meaning because no one could come to the library. So librarians were searching themselves in this education process. And librarians, they provided great help. They tried to help students to develop and plan the learning process. They help to prepare tasks for teachers to have integrated lessons with the library in our learning environment. We also have some students who are learning distantly at the moment. So this cooperation has been maintained so far. Involvement of teachers' assistants. how the teacher divides students into groups. So the question, how can this assistant help? How he or she can help to prepare tasks after school? So thinking, searching, and applying. So we understood that it's not enough to learn and to save it in ourselves. We have to share our experience at the city level. So the 13 grades, so we share our experiences. Teacher, the consultant, about learning, head of the class, and teachers. So each and every student at our school has the consultants, consultations at school. These consultations are provided virtually. And this consultant is also near the student, helps to find the ways, helps to find the ways to concentrate, and together with the student discusses, shares, finds the best solution, the best means to learn. So we have become helpers to students, and individual discussions with the student and the head of the class about emotional experiences, reflecting about successes and failures. So everything moved to the virtual environment in order to identify the difficulties faced by the student. It's not always necessary to go to the results. If the child feels bad at home and feels uncomfortable at home, so his or her result is worthless. So we try to remove all the barriers that hinder learning. Classes head, they organize so-called class hours during which they share the activities and discussions, and also through partial discussions with the student's family and the head of the class. Because all of these participants, they faced challenges, administration and students. The strengthening of prevention, creation, provision of health. So we had to feel each and every student in order for him or her not to get lost, not to get disappointed, not to withdraw from this learning process. Also, principals hours for students, everything moved to virtual environment. We found out that we cannot stop our processes we have to gather all to one place to share their experience, to express their feelings for their peers, so that we could see each other even in the screen, to share what they live in and think about and what support they need. Class hours, discussions, provision of feedback, to share happy moments and to share difficult moments. And we monitor the progress of our students. We try to find ways to remove barriers, these difficulties, working individually, working in groups to avoid these gaps. Administration and parent meetings, provision of feedback to them, because parents are behind the screen together with students. a lot of parents wanted to do something for their children. So the problems were identified, the answers were provided. The problems were solved and answers were provided in writing for parents. Attendance was important. So if this is, if absent is marked, so where is the child? The child cannot connect at any time he or she wants, let's say from bed. So we have made certain agreements for Zoom synchronous lessons. If the child student does not connect, he gets the mark absent. But if there is the self-directed learning task or consultation, so all students had to understand everything.
Tėveliams lygiai taip pat skaitmeninio
And
raštingumo
the same was for parents, computer literacy and improvement of these skills, so that parents could connect and observe how this feedback is provided for their children and together plan this learning process. And at the moment, now we are at school, and we should not lose something that we have acquired, application of the acquired skills and transmission of them. When students work in the IT rooms and teachers work on their own. So very seriously working towards this direction. We have different exclusion now during the first and second lockdown. We had all behind the screens, but at this moment we have several students behind the screen. So the teacher has become a superman, a superwoman. The part of students are in the class, in the lessons, others are behind the screen at their computers, and you have to provide feedback to all students. So further, in future, we see the path, and we know that we have the path, we can drive this path, and just the eyes of teachers who want to find something to apply, but it's very difficult when we have only one day, one-time processes, when we focus on one class, when we feel the class, we organize, but we want to transfer all this to everyday process. We want to be able to see and notice each student's barriers to learning, to help each and every day to each and every student to overcome these barriers, choosing the appropriate scaffolding. It's very important. But where could we take this time to overcome these barriers when we have such a pace that our teachers have? It's really very difficult, but we are very happy because we have Vytautas Magnus University project and the opportunity to participate in it. We have training provided by researchers and professionals. We have the opportunity to learn and moving deeper into one class. We could move deeper and get deeper to each and every student. Thank you for a very contentful presentation, managerial decisions, pedagogical decisions. And you mentioned that The eyes of teachers are shining. This is something unexpected. It's our pleasure to collaborate with you. Thank you, Oksana, very much. You're also invited to participate in the discussion. And probably I will take the floor. Because now Natalia, together with our associate professor, Dr. Judita Gasperiūnienė, they will discuss the use of ICT tools to overcome emotional and educational difficulty of students in grades from 5 to 8. So the floor is yours. So we will soon overcome this challenge of uploading the slides. I hope that we will manage, so we have managed to do this. So together with the colleague, Judita, we would like to introduce. We discussed a lot about our presentation, what to include, because this ICT part in this very large project, emotional and educational difficulties and overcoming them. This is the research of half a year headed by the Professor Dr. Elvira Galkienė. So this is a lot of components included, group discussions, business research, case research and analysis. Different methods were integrated and deployed. So we have collected what you will see, and we will invite later on to participate in the discussion and to observe us and follow us in future. So the use of ICT tools to overcome emotional and educational difficulties of students in grades from 5 to 8. So the content of our presentation, the use of ICT tools during the quarantine and after coming back to classes, collaboration between business and schools, some insights, and also some recommendations, insights about digital technologies and their application in creating the inclusive learning environment. So what is the situation? So our colleagues have already mentioned the group discussions with 23 Lithuanian School of 8 from 5 to 8 grades, teachers, support provided, specialists, administration workers, the staff. And we found some interesting findings. There were a lot of school findings observed, but there were different plots, but schools, they have to, by using ICT tools, they use different platforms, environment to include students and teachers. And 5, 8 graders who try to adapt at school and students with special needs, they have to learn to connect, to use these platforms, these learning environments. So this was the basic step in order to move forward in using ICT tools in the learning process. And for children with learning difficulties, different programs, tools are very useful. When you transfer everything to the digital context, so they can set their own pace and they concentrate better and they maintain their attention better. So how were these programs chosen? So language teachers, They were more active in using these programs and tools. The most important thing is to choose the programs that are liked by students, by children, for example, Team, Zoom, Mentimeter, Socrative environment we use for tests. And if we talk about children with special needs, when they learn to connect, so this is the greatest challenge that they face. This is mentioned by the German teacher. And then they get interested, involved. So you choose the program that is user-friendly, that is accessible. I am trying to find the ones that provide feedback, where I can observe and monitor the progress of the child. So you can monitor this progress. So these are the quotes of teachers, ideas of teachers that best illustrate these ideas in this context. The reflections were organized using the forms, which help to understand and monitor the progress of students. A different angle about the lessons learned when applying ICT tools. On the one hand, the same programs, platforms, they help to develop students' self-directed learning skills. And all students use Teams platform once per month. And they used Teams, they had consultations, they received all information. And not only learning, but they got used. This is self-directed learning. On the other hand, information technologies, they have provided a lot of temptations. Students faced a lot of temptations. All these computer games, and we observed this when students connected to the lesson, but did something else because it's easier, it's more pleasurable. Okay, I haven't understood this. Well, I will move with my computer game. Well, it's difficult, so I will continue gaming. So these are the experiences shared by teachers from different schools. Students seems to perform double activities. So learning together with game playing. And the insights about the fact that the balance is important, and tiredness, fatigue has already been mentioned. Some of the students felt this way, and not all of the students wanted these programs. For example, for Lithuanian language, we have a lot of programs, tools, but they get bored with them. They know how to use these programs. They simply tell, I am bored with all these programs. Of course, children are tired with all these technologies. They go outside. They do not stay at computers and their phones because they get bored with it, with all these things. It was after the year of the lockdown. So you have to sit at these children and to provide contact. It's very difficult to provide this in distance learning. For teachers, for psychologists, for social workers and pedagogues, special pedagogues. But of course, this type of learning is worse than contact learning and teaching. And after providing such illustrations, I would give the floor to my colleague. He will show how business tries to facilitate, to make it easier for our schools to work. So we try to take a look at how business that work together with schools, those representatives of business, of companies that create or provide tools, equipment, software to schools, how they see schools and how this collaboration takes place between schools. So we had a survey for business, the aim of which was to clarify the approach, the attitude of business towards ICT tools and the use of other tools and services for schools and the use of these tools when creating inclusive learning environment. We invited 35 business companies to participate in this survey. So Lithuania is a small country, and 35 business companies in such a country as we have in Lithuania. So this is a great number. And up to now, this survey, this questionnaire is open, and we believe that other companies will take part. Up to now, 12 companies have participated. So very short period of time was taken to collect the data, 3 or 4 days. So I have to tell that business companies, they took it very carefully and responsibly, and I believe that some representatives of business, they participate in our conference today. So what type of companies participated in our survey? So the characteristics of respondents. So companies that provide educational tools and services. What are these products and services? So computer and mobile technologies for education, other technical equipment for schools, printers, video cameras, and similar system, virtual lessons, laboratories, lesson creation environments, digital inclusive tools, and many other equipment. So we asked the representatives of companies whether you try to facilitate the education process for students at schools with your products and services. So more than 80% answered yes, but others marked no. But those who chose no, they specified that the aim is not to facilitate this education process, but to include, to engage students, to create, to provide, to offer such programs, such products and tools so that all would be included. So what are these products and services? Interactive floor, 3D content, inclusive education, tools, foreign language learning tools, digital course books, digital environments and platforms, virtual laboratories for mathematics and physics, sharing platform of content, creation of lesson platforms and tools, software and different environments. And we are happy to mention that our colleagues from business, they say that they have a lot of products and services for students with special needs. And the aim of all these tools are to help students to learn, to remember, to develop these skills, that they need to be developed. So the second question, when collaborating with business companies, so how can business companies that communicate with schools, how do they get to know about the school needs? For example, that the school, this or that school needs these technologies. And here we have differentiated between three groups, how this communication takes place, how these needs are made public. So most of business representatives, they simply go to schools, and at schools, they try to clarify these needs. We go to schools to clarify about the needs just by live discussion, taking a look at the equipment, trying to enabling this equipment for work. So this communication is live or distantly, virtually. Different surveys, different events organized, communication with administration. So this is how the needs are identified. So this is the first part, when the representatives come to schools, and there is a contrary process when schools themselves address the representatives of business. So schools, they address them themselves. And an interesting thing is that we have found out that some businesses and representatives, they follow different portals, news, online. They are interested in education technologies. They observe this education process and progress. They participate in different contests. They provide their products. They do not go to the specific place or do not communicate with a specific school, but they observe these ideas, this approach and attitude. Because schools, they make these needs public through different educational projects. And there are companies who themselves, they create the need for school. There is nothing secret here. Our schools, they follow international tendencies and they buy these technologies. So following these international tendencies, we form these needs. So this is how we get to know these needs of schools. How do you improve your services and your products, taking into consideration the school needs? So we communicate with schools and communication with suppliers of the equipment itself. When communicating with schools, so different surveys are carried out, different implementation, development, improvement plans are prepared. They are listening to schools. They themselves create new products. They try to implement, also follow the news and education needs. And business is really happy to receive the feedback from schools, communication with schools. And if we move forward, communication with suppliers. So this communication is constant. Suppliers receive remarks. If the information is received, about the technical information, technical equipment, which is not adapted. So they have to be adapted to Lithuanian market and used in Lithuanian market. How teachers expert collaborate with business. So whether use teachers experts services in order to improve, develop the content, to adapt it, improve it. So about 60% of the respondents said yes, and about 40% said no. And those who have said yes, we collaborate with teachers experts. Probably this collaboration should be increased. But we have noticed certain tendencies. Teachers, they become the experts of content and evaluators of content, and teachers become the ones who share the best experiences. They bring these ideas to the schools. And this is how this relationship between business and schools is maintained. And I should also tell about how inclusive technologies are encouraged to be used, because our project focuses on inclusive education and inclusion of all children. So whether you encourage schools and teachers to use new technologies, increasing inclusion, so more than 80% answered yes. And in what ways? So organizing seminars, trainings, events, then allowing to use test versions for free, and also organizing competitions and otherwise motivating to use these tools and these environments. So what are the novelties, innovations that help teachers to create inclusive, enabling learning environment in the class? So opportunity to reflect by using technologies, innovative and digital technological decisions. So thank you. And the floor to Natalia. So these are our recommendations, our vision, that we see that new education scenarios, they are unavoidable, and these models in educational models and structural design used, it has no response to today's situation. So only students can help and create this new design. So this is a bonus from Panevėžys school, 6th graders. So what do students choose? They have learned to work in groups with different activities. So the most important thing, not to focus on individual activities. They enjoy sport, going outside. They want to spend a lot of time outside after this lockdown. Then to work on crosswords, to program robots, to program games. They would like to make experiments, create stories, to experiment, to collect information. 3 children from 21 in the class wrote that they like to work the way they are learning at the moment in the classroom. So we invite all of you for a discussion. Thank you for taking more time for our presentation. And at the same time, we feel sorry about it. So thank you, Rita. And we would like to invite all participants and people engaged in the discussion to turn your cameras on. And probably first of all, we would like to ask persons that take place in the discussion, maybe you would like to focus on some aspects, some insights of this session, to share your insights, your opinions. So you're welcome. So hello to each and everyone. A very fruitful session, a lot of new information. What made me sad at the very beginning, but later on made me feel happy. So we know probably that distance learning for children raised fears, less motivation. Our colleague from Estonia mentioned it, and other presentations focused on these aspects, these negative emotions. And I remembered the research by Vilnius University psychologists that showed that emotional and behavioral problems, they have reached even this clinical level. 31% of children has faced these problems. I got very interested by Associate Professor Brandišauskienė. It's like an intrigue for me. So I would like to get the answer. How can teachers encourage this growth mindset in children who come from more disadvantaged backgrounds? And what made me happy is the experience by Panevėžys school. I saw the fire in the presenter's eye and joy about what they are doing. So I think it's important for the school itself and for the fact that you share it with all us. And the mentioning about the participation of business in this context in order to include and engage students in this learning education process. So thank you for all the insights that you have shared. So that would be it. Thank you, Nijole. So probably we should get some answers to the questions provided, and later on we will invite Kęstutis to give some reflections. So maybe Agne. Thank you very much. I see that a similar question was given by Kęstutis, high expectations that they might not be met and might lead to disappointment, how to balance all these issues. So this is the professionality of the teacher. And when we discuss it, you see that the average of our students, averages are not very high, and reading qualitative research data, the students mentioned that we do not eat supper because we don't have anything to eat. So it's a very sensitive context. And just to tell them that now you have to be best in the class, so it's not right. And the research show that high expectations for students, it's important. And it's a significant factor. If I expect my students to learn better, so I try to require more from him or her, I provide more support. And the directors, the principal mentioned, so when we have to provide support or assistance. So how to provide the support in specifically? So the first very simple thing what teachers are doing, just taking very small steps. We cannot jump from one evaluation to the highest evaluation, but we have to take small steps. The second thing, I focus on efforts. I am interested in the process of learning. And me as a teacher, I have to focus on the efforts and evaluate. I see that you have put a lot of efforts and now you can do this and that. So this self-directed learning is important. So yes, I cannot do everything, but I can do this and that. So small steps should be taken. And now answering to your question, in scientific literature, it's not the panacea. If we have this transformation and we see the results becoming higher, but yes, working with students from disadvantaged backgrounds, this growth mindset is important, that believe that the child can improve and develop his or her skills is really important. I hope I managed to answer to these two questions, not to jump from the top to the bottom, but by taking small steps. Now the concepts very shortly. How is this growth mindset of students? And there are different theories. And there is one concept, this growth mindset, self-efficacy. Whatever I do, I have such abilities, I won't change anything, I won't achieve anything. And on the other hand, there are researchers who state that it's better to talk about self-efficiency theory or attribution theory, because it provides tools for us as teachers how to behave, how to act. So I'm not going to give a lecture on this, but yes, there are a lot of different theories in this context, but the main message is that we have to believe in the child's power to learn. So this is something done by Cholet Gymnasium, 10 years, but the result is obvious. And in our project, we are happy to find such nice results. Thank you, Agna, for your contribution to this conference. And I would like to give the floor to Kęstutis for reflection. So presentations have been very different from different contexts about emotions. So I think emotions are important also for parents. But talking about conformism, because learning is the process where you face lots of challenges, where you face discomfort. And they go to school in order to develop, in order to grow, not to be in this emotional comfort status. So after school, we have certain tensions because of this learning process, and I perfectly understand it. And a very good thing that a lot of attention was paid to the grades from 5 to 8, because this is the period when students face a lot of challenges, and they tell, for example, we go to school so that the teachers could shout at us. Most of them are adolescents. They are very rebellious. They try different limits, and they are becoming adults. So they experience a lot of different challenges, and this period is very difficult. And I see that even 2 progymnasiums mentioned this period, and attention to each and every person, to each and every student and his or her progress. So it's a very positive thing. So for one child to have the progress, the positive progress, we need several adults to cooperate. And taking a look at the COVID situation, it seems that we left our automobiles and moved and used the planes. There are new rules, a new environment we have to adapt to. So where is our life? Is our life only the game? That's the question. When we create this virtual reality in which we learn and which we work, and all culture, we actually have everything. So when we have this virtuality, we expand our understanding and how to create emotions and feelings. So there are challenges, of course. And in the first presentation, I noted that students have to put more efforts in distance learning in order to achieve the same, to have the same results. All teachers have to put more efforts to prepare themselves for distance learning. And finally, we have worse results. Teachers work more, administration works more, more business support, more intentions, more technologies, and we have the worst results. So this teaching being archaic, several years ago, it was the same. We had this standard, this partnership with the teacher who knows how to do this. And for technologies, so it's out of the question. Of course, these technologies, they help, they supplement this learning teaching process, but the essential relationship, this is the life learning, life teaching by the teacher. So that's it. And just to add, our research results from 5 to 8 graders, we could take a look very specifically. One result in 7 grades, 3 children of different maturity level are learning in this classroom, different levels of maturity. So you see, teachers have to be very sensitive, and we also have to provide the support to teachers and understand this very difficult period of time that we are living in. I would also like to ask, I think differences between girls and boys are significant and are great. For example, boys, they are playing games. What should we do? How could should we react, and parents ask for help. If you have any significant differences noted in your research between boys and girls. So very briefly, I should comment on this. Yes, this growth mindset, there is no difference between boys and girls. Teacher support for inclusion, we have differences. There is lower inclusion and engagement of boys students. And this physical activity is very important. Also from qualitative research, teachers, they themselves noted game playing. So different habits. But probably this is related to school cultures, and there are differences between boys. That's a good topic, yes, and a good question for analysis. We could perform one more research in this respect. It's quite difficult to differentiate between boys and men. It's not very popular nowadays. We have several questions. One question for discussion, and one question is very specific. And this question is intended for Oksana from Švyturys Progymnasium. To share experience how you organized lessons during the pandemic period in distance learning. Maybe you have some examples. Could you be more specific? How you organize technically lessons, distance lessons? So I can say that for each and every week, we have the timetable prepared for each and every week. There were colors used in this timetable, and different colors were used when the lesson is Zoom platform, 45 minutes, Zoom connection. Another color was used for lessons in which students connect for a very short period of time using Zoom or Teams. Together with the teacher, they raise their learning objective, the result, and then they work independently and only consult with the teacher. And the third color where it was used for lessons, for which teachers just upload tasks in Teams environment, and students have to perform these tasks, and teacher simply observes this process. And for self-directed learning, teacher was in the Teams platform. At any time, the student can address the teacher and give consultation, get consultations. So we agreed on the subjects, on the lessons of different subjects, and students, for example, parents, they say students do not understand physics, chemistry. So we created opportunity and conditions to have more lessons, online distance lessons, together with the teacher. So the week passes, and again, we prepare the timetable for another week, Zoom, Teams, or self-directed learning. Thank you, Oksana. And one more question that was raised in the second session. We haven't answered it. It's more for discussion, so probably all of us can participate. The question was in English, so I will make it Lithuanian. Part of students, as research show, feel quite well in distance learning and would continue learning distantly. But the question is, having all the lessons that we have learned, so how could we imagine this distance learning when we come back to this normal life? And how could it be followed and used in everyday life? Maybe we have some insights, some ideas, and we could share them together.
Atsiprašau, Kęstuti.
Jo, vieną mintį norėjau pasakyti, kad...
So I would like to share one idea. It seems that distance is measured. We need to have a new measurement system. If students, children raise, they learn a lot from YouTube, movies, so they overcome certain barrier. Maybe we need to use new measurement methods and tools. I would also add my opinion about distance learning and teaching. I think it will remain because we have a lot of positive experiences. Experienced teachers, they point out new experiences, new things and discoveries, but there are moments that should be taken into consideration if we continue work online in distance learning and teaching. I would like to draw your attention to one result, our research result. We found out this withdrawal phenomenon, withdrawal from learning experience, from learning process, and this is done by small steps. So a lot of factors determine this withdrawal of students. Probably this is because students are different. There are some external factors. And the first step is determined by technologies. For example, the internet connection is not very good. They are disconnected. Later on, deeper things emerge. For example, children do not want to show themselves in the screen, especially adolescents. When we're talking about 7th, 8th graders, I don't look very good, attractive. Also, environment in which they live. They are very sensitive to all these issues, sensitive to the family environment. For example, if the father crosses behind or the mother, not talking about students from disadvantaged backgrounds, and maybe you may see some views that should not be seen. For example, fear to be bullied emerges. If my answer is correct, they will laugh at me. And maybe the most difficult form, this fatigue, tiredness, and especially for talented students, it applies. And students who are very active, who achieve to participate, they're interested in their results. and they say, yes, I participate, I am learning, I open everything in the lesson, but these are my last efforts. I'm so tired. Why I'm discussing this and telling this, whether we will continue working online or not? So it's the lesson that the first thing that should be taken into consideration, how we organize education. And children like in the TV, at the TV set, we have to think how to enable students to work when we work distantly, so for them not to be passive listeners and the ones that take only information presented by teachers, but they have to be active participants. So the self-directed learning should be encouraged by applying active learning teaching methods. It does not matter if you sit at your chair, at your computer, at your TV set, but you have to be active, and this should be encouraged, especially for adolescents, in order to engage them into the learning and teaching process, for them to enjoy this process. So we have a lot of lessons that we have learned, so we have systematized everything, and to think about the organization of education, thinking also about inclusion in this education, thinking about students of different abilities with different needs. So there were 3 groups of children identified by Agne, but I think we could find even more groups, because children are different, absolutely different. Some differences are smaller, others are larger, but everything should be taken into consideration. So these are my ideas. Thank you, Professor Elvira. I see that Professor Ilse has raised her hands.
Yes, I would like to also add a short remark. I think that really distance education can be used only in the case, yeah, if the student firstly has learning skills enough, yeah. Otherwise, there won't be success and motivation to learn, because it requires, how to say, character to learn in any time, in any place. If we really mean real distance education, with real materials, feedback, assessment, and as the whole package for, so to say, for distance education. Firstly. Secondly, it is, of course, even suggested to use, for example, if the person cannot attend school, is sick, for example, at home, but not so sick not to learn, yeah, then it is possible as well. And of course, I think in your country and also in our country, there are many families that are away from the country, and the children want to learn in their own mother tongue. And I think then it is really the best way to study, to take the distance. Also, in some cases, I think that in grade understand what does the learning mean, that we can allow them really to, for example, one day in a month or a day in a week to study independent. They can implement directed learning. Otherwise, you see, if we don't control, then there won't be results in learning. There won't be, how to say, good results to go on in their future life. And as to our research, yeah, I didn't have simply time to say, students, parents, and teachers expressed wish to go on, not systematically, but just what I mentioned in these cases. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And I think that Nijole would like to add something. Thank you very much. I think a very good question by Mr. Kęstutis, and Professor Alvyra has answered, and Professor Ilse mentioned it. The question is how we will organize this teaching and learning. So I would like to come back to presentations. Professor Inovaitė analyzed emotions of students. So the question is whether you receive insights about emotions of teachers, because you said that teachers notice these emotions of students, and it seems that it's important for teachers. But what are emotions of teachers? How teachers face these challenges? What were their emotions when organizing distance teaching and providing support to students? So I think this is the topic for one more conference, and it would be very useful to analyze this topic for us as the head of the pedagogues, educators activities. Thank you very much. If someone would like to add, so you're welcome. Now talking about teachers' emotions, so this was not our focus, but they emerged when in group discussions. So emotions were different and they are more negative emotions of teachers. I could also add about teachers' emotions because they emerge from group discussions. First of all, teachers were very confused when they have to move to this distance learning and teaching. The responsibility was great. A great confusion took place, but what happened at that moment? So teachers united. There was the presentation about collaboration. Our research also showed it encouraged teachers to share with each other, to collaborate, to discuss, to make groups, to form larger groups. And the discussions focused on how to manage technologies. Also, all help to students. And what else emerged? Very sensitivity to children who live in disadvantaged backgrounds. Sadness, pity, and it was mentioned, it's so sensitive. I feel so sorry about these students because they live in such an environment. You see it, but you cannot help them, because when teachers see these environments, you know, when they open the screens and teachers noticed and observed all the conditions, environment in which students live. So yes, teachers express their happiness when students say, oh, we have managed to do this, we have learned this and that when I apply this or that method or tool. And one of the teachers created the platform in her Facebook that demonstrates the works of her students, and in this way she included students into art activities. So actually the teacher found new ways to work with these students distantly. So this is a kind of self-satisfaction. So there are advantages and disadvantages. Probably disadvantages would overweight advantages, but we have discovered a lot of good things. So I could also add and agree that, of course, first of all, we had confusion, it was shock, But from the principal of school, the message that he or she gave was very important. We are in the same boat. It's difficult for all of us. Most of us do not know anything. So, and the message was we have to take step by step, to take one's own pace, to identify those who have developed the IT skills so that they could know more, get to know more, and then to provide and use the ways acceptable to each and every teacher by trying, by learning, inviting to the lessons another, the second teacher to be an assistant. For example, I do not know how to group students, how to make groups. So this support, continuous support, was very important. And the principals of schools, they had to listen to these emotions when discussing with teachers online, on the phone, just transforming the activities, transforming the programs, everything directed and focused on emotions, on the strengthening of this inner world. And now we see what we need. We have trainings in order to support teachers and in order to strengthen. So we need to know the pulse of our community at school and learn to communicate and allow the teacher to say, I feel difficulties, I am afraid, I have negative emotions, and we are doing this. Thank you, Oksana. So, but really, we could discuss a lot, but we have planned our time and it's going to the end. And probably we should give the floor to the head of our project to make some concluding remarks.
Truputėlį norėčiau visgi Rita, buvo žadėtas Aušrai, nu nors minimalus žodelis.
Atsiprašau, praleidau tą momentą, kuomet pažadėjau.
And Aušra wanted to say something. Hello, everyone. Natalia, thank you. I wanted to react to the question by Kęstutis whether this distance learning and teaching will remain. We have to learn these lessons that we have to learn. And for children, they have learned to become self-directed and to get used to this self-directed learning. About the management of time was also very important in this period. And the best findings, the best lessons in distance learning, we should bring it to our education, our teaching process at the moment. So we should use them. These moments were very nice to me. And I wanted to tell this. The form itself, what is sitting at the screen, we don't have it as the main thing, but the things that were good and the things that we have learned, we should bring it to our classes and speak about the development of students' competencies. And not thinking about that the teacher is standing behind and I'm afraid I have to learn mathematics. I have to learn the student, to teach the student to learn. So this is the aim of us as pedagogues, as teachers and educators, and this is our future. So I will use my rights to conclude the conference because we might be switched off. So today we have had a very wide spectrum. On the one topic, we have had different presentations on one topic. And geographically, it took different areas, people from different places of the world. And because of the technologies, without any difficulties. And what I have heard in this conference, and I'm happy about, is the fact that all of us were in the same situation, in the same boat, the same countries. We have faced the same experience, the same shock, and we have similarities and differences in how we managed to cope with this situation. So the professor from Singapore, I heard the idea that I have already mentioned, invitation for teachers and principals and hence politicians to organize education in such a way so that we could learn slowly but deeply, to understand what we are doing and to learn to manage technologies, knowledge, skills, and the rest. And if it would sound on our minds, if we wouldn't jump, if we wouldn't run, if we take this direction that the life gives us, as mentioned by the profession from Finland, they have been able to use technologies before the COVID situation. Yes, our life, we cannot avoid technologies. It's something that we have. This is the reality. And if you do not if you do not have knowledge, skills, that's problematic. And while listening to presentations, we listen to different experiences of schools. And sometimes nothing special is needed, but we have only to use something that we have already created and just simply apply it. The monitoring of student progress. If our education system would be based on this, we would have less students with negative feelings when they have the certain standard, but they cannot achieve the standard, but maybe they have personal standard and they can achieve this personal standard and to be a useful person for the society, to create this assessment system that would allow a person to grow, to believe in oneself. So it would be one more strength that we could learn from this COVID situation and COVID pandemic. When we come back to schools, when we come back from this COVID pandemic, I think we will have grown more. We have developed ourselves. I would like to wish to all of us, to each and everyone in our own places, with our responsibilities, to do everything best so that each and every child would find this path of success and would take this path thinking about his or her easy life and about the life in Lithuania and in other countries and being together. So thank you very much for participation, for your insights, your ideas. I see that a lot of people have managed to stay till the end of the conference, so I believe that you have heard something useful and fruitful.